Welcome, my dear listener. Tonight, I shall tell you of an age when the world was young, and the stars were closer to men as hearts. I have walked this earth for many lifetimes, my dear friend, and I have witnessed empires rise like morning mist and fall like autumn leaves. Yet among all the souls whose footsteps have echoed through the corridors of time, there is one whose name still whispers through the ages with a peculiar insistence. A young man who lived but 32 years, yet carved his memory into the very bones of civilization. His name was Alexander. I remember the night he was born. It was the 20th day of July in the year 356 before the Common Era. In the ancient city of Pella, a place of white stone and purple twilight, where the air smelled of mountain herbs and distant rain. The kingdom of Macedon stretched beneath those mountains like a sleeping beast, neither fully Greek nor fully barbarian, caught between two worlds and belonging wholly to neither. The child's father was Philip, a man whose left eye had been taken by an arrow at the siege of Methone, yet whose vision for his kingdom remained sharper than any blade. I recall Philip well, the heavy tread of his boots upon marble floors, the scent of wine that clung to him like a second skin, the way he would grip the shoulders of his generals until their bones creaked. He was building something magnificent and terrible, you see, forging the scattered clans of Macedon into a weapon that would pierce the heart of the known world. But it was the mother who truly shaped the boy's destiny. Olympias of Epirus was her name, though to call her merely a woman would be to call a storm merely weather. She was the daughter of King Neoptolemus, and in her veins flowed blood that claimed descent from Achilles himself, that golden warrior of Homer's ancient song. I remember her eyes, dark as winter wells, and the way she would hold serpents during her rituals to Dionysus, letting them wind about her pale arms like living jewelry. The other wives of Philip feared her. The servants whispered that she knew secrets older than the gods themselves. Into this union of iron and mystery, Alexander was born. From his earliest breath, the child was marked by destiny, or perhaps by the terrible weight of his parents' expectations. His mother would whisper to him in the darkness, telling him that his true father was not Philip at all, but Zeus himself, king of the gods, who had come to her in a flash of divine lightning. Whether this was truth or the fevered dreaming of a woman desperate to elevate her son, I cannot say. But I know this, the boy believed it, and belief, my friend, can be more powerful than any sword. The palace at Pella was a world unto itself, cool marble halls that caught the mountain wind, courtyards where peacocks spread their jeweled tails, chambers filled with the smoke of sacrifice and the murmur of philosophers. Here, young Alexander learned to walk, to speak, to dream. His first tutor was a man named Leonidas, a relative of his mother, strict as winter and twice as cold. Leonidas demanded perfection in all things, in reading and mathematics, in the recitation of poetry, in the proper handling of weapons. I remember watching the boy practice his letters by candlelight, his small hand gripping the stylus until his knuckles whitened, determined to master each stroke, each curve, each perfect form. But it was not only the mind that Leonidas sought to forge. He believed that a future king must know hardship, must understand the taste of want. The boy's blankets were thin, his portions small. If Alexander's servants packed too much for a journey, Leonidas would search the baggage himself and remove whatever he deemed excessive. Once, I recall, Olympias sent her son a chest filled with fine oils and perfumes, precious unguents from distant lands, meant to soothe and comfort. Leonidas burned them all, saying that the truest perfume was earned through sweat and victory. Yet for all his sternness, Leonidas could not dim the fire that burned within the child. There was another tutor as well, Lysimachus of Acarnania, a gentler soul who taught the boy music and poetry. He would call Alexander Achilles, and the boy would flush with pride and pleasure. For there was no hero he admired more than that swift-footed warrior who had sailed to Troy and won immortal glory. At night, Lysimachus would recite the verses of Homer's Iliad, and Alexander would close his eyes and see it all: the black ships drawn up on the beach, the clash of bronze on bronze, the gods themselves walking among mortal men. The boy did not merely hear these stories. You understand, he lived them, breathed them, made them the secret architecture of his soul. And then came the day that changed everything. Alexander was but 10 years old when a horse trader from Thessaly arrived at Philip's court, leading behind him a magnificent stallion. The creature was enormous, black as midnight, save for a white star upon its forehead, and wild as the north wind. Its name was Bucephalus, ox-headed, for the breadth and power of its skull. The trader asked a price of 13 talents, a sum so vast it could have purchased a small estate. Philip was intrigued. He loved horses, as some men love gold, and he recognized quality when he saw it. But as soon as his grooms approached to demonstrate the beast, Bucephalus reared and struck out with iron-shod hooves, teeth bared, eyes rolling white with fury. One groom after another tried to mount him. One after another was thrown or fled, or simply refused to approach. The horse was magnificent, yes, but utterly useless if no man could ride it. Philip waved his hand in disgust. "Take the creature away," he commanded the trader. "I'll not pay for an animal no one can master." But the boy, young Alexander, standing among the crowd of onlookers, spoke up. His voice had not yet deepened to manhood, yet it carried clearly across the courtyard. "What a horse they are losing, for want of skill and courage to manage him." Philip turned, one eyebrow raised. "You think you can do better, boy?" "I do," Alexander replied, and there was something in his eyes, some mixture of certainty and hunger, that made even the king pause. "And if you fail, then I shall pay the horse's price myself." A foolish boast, perhaps, from a child who possessed no such fortune, but Philip, amused or curious, or both, agreed. "Very well, try your hand. I was there that day, my friend, standing in the shadow of a colonnade, and I remember every detail as though it were carved in stone." The boy approached the rearing stallion slowly, speaking to it in a voice too soft for others to hear. And then, then came the moment of revelation. Alexander had noticed something that all the seasoned horsemen had missed. Bucephalus was afraid of his own shadow. The horse would rear each time his shadow fell before him, seeing in it some dark enemy he could not escape. With hands that did not tremble, the boy turned the horse toward the sun, so that the shadow fell behind. The great beast calmed, his breathing steadied. Alexander stroked his neck, whispered words of gentleness and understanding, and then, with a movement as natural as breathing, swung himself onto the stallion's back. For a heartbeat, the courtyard held its breath, and then the boy kicked his heels, and horse and rider exploded into motion. They galloped across the field, boy and beast moving as one creature, wind streaming through the child's golden hair. When they returned, both were breathing hard, both were triumphant. Both had found in each other something they had been searching for all their lives. Philip, I recall, had tears in his eyes. He embraced his son and said words I have never forgotten, my boy. You must find a kingdom big enough for your ambitions. Macedon is too small for you. Bucephalus would carry Alexander across the known world. For 20 years they would ride together through rivers and deserts, over mountains and into battle. The horse would outlive most of Alexander's generals, dying only in India, at the edge of the earth. An old warhorse who had seen more of the world than any beast before or since. But that night, after the triumph, after the feast and celebration, I saw Olympias lead her son to her private chambers. She touched his face with both hands and looked into his eyes with an intensity that made my ancient heart shiver. You see, she whispered, you are not like other children. The blood of gods flows in your veins. The world itself will not be large enough to contain your glory. And the boy, still flushed with victory, believed her utterly. Yet there were darker lessons to learn as well. The court of Macedon was a nest of vipers, beautiful and deadly. Philip took wife after wife, and each new marriage was a political calculation. A new alliance forged in the bedchamber. Olympias watched her position erode, watched younger women claim the king's attention, and her fury grew like a storm, gathering strength. She taught her son to trust no one, to see enemies in every shadow, to strike first before he could be struck. When Alexander was 13 years old, everything changed again. Philip had decided his son needed a tutor worthy of his potential. Someone who could shape not just a warrior, but a king. Not just a king, but perhaps something greater still. He sent word to a man living in quiet study far from Pella, a philosopher, a student of Plato, a mind that sought to understand the very foundations of reality itself. His name was Aristotle. The philosopher came, and with him came a new world. For 3 years, from the age of 13 to 16, Alexander studied in a peaceful sanctuary called the Nymphaeum, near the town of Mysa. Here, beneath trees older than memory, beside streams that sang their endless song, the boy's mind was opened like a flower to the sun. Aristotle taught him everything. The nature of virtue and justice, the proper ordering of a state, the classification of living things, plants and animals, each with its own nature and purpose, the movements of the stars, the principles of medicine, the analysis of poetry and rhetoric. But most of all, Aristotle taught him Homer. Oh, how the boy loved the Iliad. Aristotle himself prepared a special copy, annotating it with his own observations, and this book became Alexander's most treasured possession. In the years to come, he would carry it with him on all his campaigns, keeping it in a precious casket alongside his dagger. Some said he slept with it beneath his pillow. Whether this is true or mere legend, I cannot say with certainty. But I know that those ancient verses were written upon his heart more deeply than any tattoo. Through Homer, Alexander learned what it meant to be a hero, not merely to be brave, but to seek imperishable glory. Kudos, the Greeks called it, that radiant fame that outlives the body's death. To win honor and recognition from one's peers. To achieve Kleos, the glory that bards would sing of for all generations to come. These were not merely words to the boy. They were the very purpose of existence, the only things worth living and dying for. Aristotle taught him to think clearly, to observe carefully, to question always. The philosopher believed that reason was the highest human faculty. that through logic and systematic study, one could understand the natural world and live a good life. Alexander absorbed these lessons, but he also absorbed something else, a kind of practical ruthlessness, a belief that superior minds had the right, even the duty, to rule over lesser ones. There was a paradox here, you see, that would haunt Alexander all his days. From Aristotle, he learned Greek ideals, moderation, harmony, the rule of law. Yet from his mother, he had learned that he was more than human, destined for divine glory. From his father, he learned conquest and domination. How does one reconcile these teachings? How does one be both philosopher and god, both reasoner and conqueror? The answer, perhaps, is that one cannot. And in that impossible tension lay both Alexander's greatness and his doom. But in those peaceful years at Mysa, such thoughts lay far in the future. For now, there was only the joy of learning, the pleasure of friendship, for Alexander studied alongside other young nobles, boys who would become his companions in the great adventure to come. Hephaestion, who would become closer to him than a brother. Ptolemy, who would one day rule Egypt as a pharaoh himself. Cassander, Perdiccas, Craterus, names that would echo through history. They learned together. They wrestled together. They debated philosophy and recited poetry and dreamed of the future. I remembered the sound of their laughter echoing through the olive groves, the sight of them racing their horses along the mountain paths, the way they would stay up late into the night, arguing about the nature of courage or the proper way to govern a city. But beyond those peaceful groves, the world was changing. Philip's ambitions had not slept. While his son studied with Aristotle, the king was conquering, always conquering. One by one, the city-states of Greece fell under his shadow. The proud Athenians, who had invented democracy and produced Sophocles and Socrates, found themselves forced to bow to this one-eyed king from the barbarous north. The fierce Thebans, whose sacred band of lovers had never known defeat, were crushed at Chaeronea. Even Sparta, legendary Sparta of the 300 heroes, stood isolated and impotent. In 338, before the Common Era, Philip united all of Greece, save Sparta alone, into the Hellenic League, with himself as hegemon, supreme commander. It was a masterwork of diplomacy and force, bribery and intimidation. And already, Philip was planning something greater still, a war against the ancient enemy, against Persia itself, to avenge the burning of Athens that had occurred a century and a half before. When Alexander was 16, his studies ended, and he returned to his father's court. He was no longer a boy. He stood tall, lean and strong, with eyes that seemed to look beyond the present moment into some glorious future only he could see. His hair was golden, falling in waves to his shoulders. One eye, some said, was slightly different in color from the other, a touch of the divine, perhaps, or merely a quirk of nature. Philip, recognizing his son's readiness, appointed him regent of Macedon, while the king himself campaigned in the south. It was an enormous responsibility, and Alexander seized it with both hands. When the Thracian Mede rose in rebellion, the young prince, for he was not yet king, led an army against them, defeated them utterly, and founded a city on the ruins of their capital, naming it Alexandropolis, his first city, his first victory, the first taste of what was to come. 2 years later, at Chaeronea, Alexander commanded the companion cavalry, the elite horsemen of Macedon, in battle against the Thebans and Athenians. He was 18 years old. The sacred band of Thebes, those legendary warriors who fought beside their lovers, made their stand against impossible odds. Alexander's cavalry smashed through them like a hammer through glass. Not one man of the sacred band fled. Not one surrendered. They died where they stood, true to their oaths, and Alexander looked upon their bodies and wept. It was his first great battle. It would not be his last. But triumph, and in the palace at Pella, dark currents were stirring. Philip had taken yet another wife, a young Macedonian noblewoman named Cleopatra Eurydice. At the wedding feast, drunk on wine and ambition, Cleopatra's uncle rose and made a toast that the marriage might produce a legitimate heir to the throne of Macedon. The implication was clear. Alexander, born of Olympias, the foreigner, was somehow less than legitimate. Alexander, seated at the banquet, his own wine cup in hand, exploded with fury. "Are you calling me a bastard?" he shouted, and hurled his cup at the man. Philip, drunk as well, drew his sword and lurched toward his son. Whether to strike him or merely intimidate him, none can say. But the king, heavy with wine and age, stumbled and fell, collapsing upon the floor. Alexander stood over his fallen father and spoke words dripping with contempt. "Here is the man who would cross from Europe to Asia, and he cannot even cross from one couch to another." That night, Alexander and Olympias fled Macedon. They took refuge in Epirus, in Olympias's homeland, and waited. Some thought they would never return, that the breach between father and son could never be healed. But Philip, for all his faults, was no fool. He knew that Alexander was the finest weapon he had ever forged, and he could not afford to lose him. Reconciliation came, though the wounds remained, hidden beneath the surface like cracks in stone. And then, in the summer of 336, before the Common Era, came the wedding of Alexander's sister. Philip had arranged a grand celebration, inviting nobles and allies from all across Greece. It was to be a demonstration of Macedonian power and unity, a prelude to the great invasion of Persia that Philip had been planning for years. The morning of the wedding, Philip entered the theater where the ceremony was to take place. He wore no armor, surrounded himself with no guards, a deliberate show of confidence and openness. The crowd cheered, music played, the sun shone bright and warm. And then, from the shadows, stepped Pausanias, one of Philip's own bodyguards, a man with ancient grievances and burning rage. In his hand was a knife. He struck Philip in the ribs, once, a clean thrust that pierced the lung and found the heart. The king fell, blood spreading across his white robes, like a scarlet flower blooming. He died within moments, his one good eye staring sightless at the sky. Pausanias tried to flee, but Philip's other guards pursued him. He was cut down before he could escape, dying without ever revealing who, if anyone, had put him up to the assassination. Was it a personal vendetta? Was it orchestrated by Olympias, who hated Philip's new wife and feared for her son's inheritance? Was it arranged by Darius III, the Persian king, who had every reason to prevent Philip's invasion? Or was it Alexander himself, impatient for power, ambitious beyond measure? The truth died with Pausanias. Only the gods know with certainty, and they have never spoken clearly. But I remember that day, my friend. I remember the screaming, the confusion, the way the sunlight seemed to darken, though the sky remained bright. I remember Alexander's face when he looked upon his father's body, and I cannot tell you what I saw there. Grief, certainly, shock, perhaps, but also something else, something harder to name. A kind of terrible readiness, as though this moment, horrifying as it was, had also opened a door through which he had been longing to pass. That very day, The Macedonian nobles proclaimed Alexander king. He was 20 years old. The boy who had tamed Bucephalus, who had studied with Aristotle, who had led cavalry charges and founded cities, was now sovereign over Macedon. But his kingdom was fragile, his throne uncertain. Within the palace were rivals who might contest his claim. Beyond the borders were conquered peoples who might see Philip's death as an opportunity to rebel. And far to the east, across the Aegean, across all of Asia Minor, lay the vast Persian Empire, the greatest power the world had ever known. Most young men facing such circumstances would have moved cautiously, would have secured their positions slowly, negotiated carefully, built alliances patiently. Alexander was not most young men. The fire that had burned within him since childhood now blazed into an inferno. The dreams of glory, the whispers of divinity, the lessons of Homer and Aristotle and Olympias, all of it crystallized in this moment. He had inherited his father's army, his father's plans, his father's enemies, but the ambition was all his own. And so, my dear listener, begins the true story, the tale of how a young man from a kingdom barely considered Greek would conquer the known world, would see his name written in cities from Egypt to India, would die young and leave behind a legacy that burns as brightly now as it did more than 2,000 years ago. But first, he would have to prove himself worthy of the crown. First, he would have to show the world that Macedon had not lost a king. It had gained something far more dangerous. It had gained Alexander. The news of Philip's death spread across Greece like wildfire across dry grass. And with it came hope, terrible, burning hope, among those who had bent their necks to Macedonian domination. In Athens, the great orator, Demosthenes, who had spent years railing against Philip, put on festival garlands and offered public sacrifices of thanksgiving, though his own daughter lay not a week dead. In Thebes, in Athens, in a dozen smaller cities, men whispered in the marketplaces, "Perhaps now we can be free." They did not yet understand what they were dealing with. Alexander moved with a speed that took even his own advisors by surprise. Within days of his father's funeral, before the old king's ashes had cooled, he had secured the loyalty of the army. The Macedonian soldiers, who might have been expected to mourn or hesitate, instead saw in this young man something that called to their own hunger for glory. He was no distant king who commanded from the rear. He was one of them, born to war, trained from childhood to lead cavalry charges. When he spoke to them, his voice rang with conviction, and they believed. But belief alone would not hold a kingdom together. There were rivals within the palace itself, men who thought they might have a better claim to the throne, or who simply saw opportunity in chaos. Alexander dealt with them swiftly, without mercy, without hesitation. I will not name all those who died in those first dark weeks, for the list would be long and the details grim. Some were executed openly, for treason real or imagined. Others simply disappeared, slipping from history's page, as though they had never existed at all. Olympias, his mother, took her own revenge against Cleopatra Eurydice, Philip's last wife. The young woman and her infant daughter were murdered. Some say burned alive. Others say forced to hang themselves. Olympias was not a woman to forgive, and she had waited too long for this moment. Alexander, when he learned of it, said nothing. Perhaps he disapproved. Perhaps he understood that some vengeances must be allowed to run their course. Or perhaps, in the cold calculation of power, he simply recognized that dead rivals are more convenient than living ones. With the palace secured, Alexander turned his attention to the wider kingdom. He marched north first, into Thrace and Illyria, where tribes had taken Philip's death as a signal to rebel. These were hard lands, mountains and forests, where the people had been raiding and fighting since before Homer sang his songs. They thought themselves fierce. They thought themselves unconquerable. Alexander taught them otherwise. I remember the campaign in the Balkans, for I walked those mountains when they were young. Alexander led his army through terrain that would have broken lesser commanders, over snow-capped passes, through narrow defiles where a handful of defenders could hold back an army. He fought not one battle, but dozens of small, vicious engagements, each one a lesson in speed and audacity. When a Thracian tribe rolled wagons filled with stones down a mountainside, hoping to crush the Macedonian phalanx, Alexander ordered his men to lie flat and raise their shields, letting the wagons roll harmlessly over them. When the Illyrians tried to trap him in a valley, he feinted a retreat, drew them into overconfidence, then turned and destroyed them utterly. In less than 3 months, he had reasserted Macedonian control over territories that had taken Philip years to conquer. And then he turned south toward Greece. The Greeks, hearing that Alexander was occupied in the north, had begun to stir. In Thebes, which had particular reason to hate Macedon, rebellious voices grew bold. Some claimed that Alexander had died in the Balkan fighting. Others argued that even if he lived, he was too young, too inexperienced, too easily dealt with. They were about to learn how wrong they were when word reached Alexander that Thebes was preparing to revolt. He did not send letters or ambassadors. He did not threaten or negotiate. He simply marched, covering the distance from the Balkans to central Greece in 2 weeks, a pace that seemed impossible, that left the Thebans scrambling to believe their own scouts' reports. 240 miles in 14 days. When the Macedonian army appeared before the walls of Thebes, the city's leaders realized, too late, the magnitude of their error. Alexander offered them terms: surrender the leaders of the rebellion, submit once again to Macedonian authority, and the city would be spared. It was more mercy than many expected, for Thebes had been Philip's most bitter enemy, and its sacred band had killed countless Macedonians at Chaeronea. But the Thebans were proud. They were the descendants of Cadmus, who had sown dragon's teeth and watched warriors spring from the earth. Their city was sacred to Dionysus. They would not bend. Very well then, the assault began at dawn. I stood upon a distant hillside and watched the Macedonian phalanx advance, that forest of 18-foot pikes glinting in the early light, moving forward like a single organism, unstoppable as a glacier. The Thebans fought with desperate courage, knowing they were fighting not just for victory, but for survival. From the walls, women and old men hurled stones and tiles. In the streets, every house became a fortress. But courage without hope is merely a beautiful way to die. The Macedonians broke through the walls, poured into the city like dark water. And what followed was not battle, but butchery. Alexander's men, remembering their own dead from previous wars, showed no mercy. Street by street, house by house, Thebes was destroyed. The screaming went on for hours, until the sun stood high and pitiless overhead, until the streets ran with blood and the air filled with smoke. When the killing finally stopped, 6,000 Thebans lay dead. 20,000 more, men, children, were rounded up and sold into slavery. The city itself, that ancient place of legends and heroes, was razed to the ground. Only the temples were left standing, and the house of the poet Pindar, for even in his fury, Alexander would not destroy the home of one who had sung so beautifully of Greek glory. But everything else, the walls, the houses, the marketplace where Socrates once walked and debated, all of it was reduced to rubble and ash. The destruction of Thebes sent a message that echoed across all of Greece, louder than any proclamation, clearer than any threat. This is what happens to those who defy Macedon. This is what happens to those who defy Alexander. In Athens, Demosthenes fell silent. In Sparta, the ephors withdrew even further into their isolation. The Hellenic League, which Philip had forged, was reconfirmed, and Alexander was proclaimed, as his father had been, hegemon, supreme commander of all Greece. He was 20 years old, and he had broken an ancient city as though it were made of clay. I have lived long, my friend, and I have seen many terrible things. But I have also learned that history judges conquerors not by their mercy, but by their success. And Alexander, in those first months of his reign, had proven beyond doubt that he possessed his father's ruthlessness, his mother's will, and something uniquely his own, a kind of burning intensity, a refusal to accept any limit, any boundary, any word but victory. Yet I wonder, sometimes, what it cost him. I remember his face after Thebes fell, when he walked through the ruins he had created. There was no triumph in his expression, no joy, only a kind of grim satisfaction, the look of a man who has done what was necessary, no matter how bitter the necessity. Perhaps even then, part of him understood what he was becoming. But if he had doubts, he did not let them slow him. The destruction of Thebes had been a means to an end, and the end was still before him, glittering and vast, the conquest of Persia, the avenging of ancient wrongs, the winning of immortal glory. Philip had planned this invasion for years. He had forged alliances, gathered intelligence, assembled ships and supplies. He had even sent an advance force across the Hellespont into Asia Minor to prepare the way. All the pieces were in place, waiting only for a commander bold enough to move them. Alexander spent the winter of 336 preparing for the great enterprise. He organized his forces, appointed governors to maintain order in his absence, made arrangements to ensure that Greece would not erupt into chaos the moment he left. He also, characteristically, spent far more money than he had, borrowing heavily and distributing gifts and bribes with a generosity that alarmed his treasurer. "What will you live on?" one of his advisors asked, seeing the treasury drained almost to nothing. Alexander smiled. "Hope," he replied, and in the spring of 334 he marched his army to the Hellespont, that narrow strait of water that separated Europe from Asia, Greece from the Persian Empire. His force was not large by the standards of great empires, perhaps 40,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, drawn from Macedonia and from Greek allies who came willingly or unwillingly to this adventure. But what they lacked in numbers, they made up for in quality. These were professional soldiers, trained in the methods Philip had perfected. The phalanx bristled with those long Cerissus pikes, so lengthy that they could hold enemy cavalry at a distance no sword could cross. The companion cavalry, Alexander's elite horsemen, were armored in bronze and armed with lances, trained to charge in wedge formation that could shatter infantry lines like a spear point through linen. The Hypaspists, the shield-bearers, were veteran infantry who could fight in phalanx or more open formation, guarding the vulnerable flanks of the main battle line. And leading them was Alexander himself, golden-haired and 21 years old, burning with ambition that had no horizon. As his ships prepared to cross the Hellespont, Alexander did something characteristic, something that revealed the romantic vision that drove him as much as any tactical calculation. He sailed ahead of his army to the spot where, according to legend, the Greeks had once launched their 1,000 ships to sail against Troy. There, at the site of ancient Ilion, he made sacrifices to the heroes of old, to Achilles and Patroclus, asking their blessing on his venture. He stripped naked and ran to Achilles's supposed tomb, placing a crown upon it. Hephaestion did the same at the tomb of Patroclus. It was a gesture both pious and presumptuous, a claiming of kinship with those legendary heroes, a statement that Alexander saw himself not merely as a king but as the heir to all the glories sung by Homer. Then he sailed across to Asia. As his ship reached the Asian shore, Alexander stood at the prow, armed in full panoply of war. And when the ship's bow touched the beach, he hurled his spear into the sand, claiming all of Asia as spear-won land, a gift from the gods. His foot touched Asian soil, and the world would never be the same. But standing on that beach, looking inland toward the vast territories of the Persian Empire, even Alexander must have felt some tremor of doubt. Persia was not a city to be destroyed or a barbarian tribe to be scattered. It was an empire that stretched from the Aegean to India, from the Caucasus Mountains to the deserts of Arabia. It commanded wealth beyond imagining, armies that numbered in the hundreds of thousands, generals with decades of experience, and ruling over it all was Darius III, King of Kings, Light of the Aryans, the great king whose ancestors had burned Athens and fought the 300 at Thermopylae. Darius was not a warrior king like Philip had been, but he was not a fool either. He had resources that made Alexander's small army seem like a pebble thrown at a mountain. Yet Alexander did not hesitate. Perhaps he truly believed he was the son of Zeus. Perhaps he was simply too young to understand the odds against him. Or perhaps, and I think this most likely, he understood the odds perfectly well and simply did not care. For men like Alexander, impossibility is not a barrier but an invitation. The Persians, meanwhile, had not been idle. The satraps of Asia Minor, the governors of the provinces nearest to Greece, had gathered their forces and marched to meet this invasion before it could penetrate deeper into Persian territory. They had perhaps 40,000 men, mostly cavalry, and they chose their ground carefully, the banks of the Granicus River, where the steep banks and swift current would make Alexander's crossing difficult and deadly. It was good tactics. If they could destroy Alexander's army here, at the very beginning of his campaign, the invasion would end before it truly began. But they had not accounted for Alexander's speed, his audacity, and his absolute refusal to fight in any way that could be called cautious or prudent. The Macedonian army approached the Granicus in the late afternoon. Alexander's veteran general Parmenion, who had served Philip for decades, counseled waiting until dawn, making camp, letting the men rest, crossing the river when they would have the whole day to fight. It was sound advice. Any reasonable commander would have followed it. Alexander looked at the Persian army waiting on the far bank, looked at the river between them, and shook his head. "Shall we disgrace the Hellespont by fearing the Granicus?" he demanded. He pointed at the waiting enemy. "They expect us to wait. We will attack now, immediately, before they can prepare themselves." And so, as the sun sank toward the western horizon, Alexander formed his army and ordered the assault. I have seen many battles in my long life, but few began with such apparent madness. The Macedonians would have to descend the near bank, wade through the swift-flowing river, then climb the far bank while Persian cavalry waited to cut them down. It was the nightmare scenario every military manual warned against: attacking uphill through water against a prepared enemy. Alexander led the attack himself, at the head of his companion cavalry. He wore armor that marked him clearly as the king, a polished cuirass, a helmet crowned with white plumes, a shield blazoned with the star of Macedon. He wanted the Persians to see him, to know him, to understand that their enemy was not some distant commander, but a king who fought at the front of his army. The companions plunged into the river, horses struggling against the current, men raising shields against the hail of javelins that immediately rained down from the Persian line. The water churned white with the fury of their passage, and then they were climbing the far bank hooves, scrambling for purchase on the muddy slope, and the Persian cavalry crashed into them like a bronze wave. I remember the sound, oh, the sound of it, the clash of sword on shield, the screaming of horses, the shouts of men in a dozen different languages, all blending into one terrible roar that seemed to shake the very earth. Alexander fought in the thick of it, his lance thrusting, his sword rising and falling, and around him his companions died to keep him alive. A Persian nobleman named Mithridates, son-in-law to King Darius himself, recognized Alexander's distinctive armor and charged straight at him. Their lances met, and Mithridates fell from his horse, dead before he struck the ground. But immediately another Persian, Rosacus, spurred forward and swung his sword at Alexander's head. The blade caught the king's helmet, shearing off one of the white plumes and cracking the bronze beneath. Alexander reeled in his saddle, momentarily stunned. Rosacus raised his sword again, and this time the blow would have split Alexander's skull, but Black Cletus, the same man who had served Philip and saved Alexander's life before, was there. His sword flashed out, caught Rosacus's arm at the shoulder, and severed it completely. The Persian nobleman collapsed, his sword falling uselessly from his detached hand. Behind Alexander, another Persian satrap, Spithridates, had circled around and now lifted his own sword for a killing blow at the young king's unprotected back. But Cletus saw this too, and spurred his horse forward, and his blade met Spithridates's neck before the blow could fall. The Persian's head lolled sideways, half severed, and he toppled from his saddle into the churning waters of the Granicus. Twice, in the span of heartbeats, Alexander had come within a sword's width of death. But while Alexander and his cavalry fought for their lives on that muddy bank, the rest of the Macedonian army was crossing the river. The phalanx came across in formation, those 18-foot pikes bristling like a forest of iron, step by disciplined step. The Hypaspists waded through the current, shields raised, swords ready. And when they reached the far bank, when they formed up into their proper battle order, the advantage shifted like a boulder, beginning to roll downhill. The Persian cavalry, for all their courage and skill, could not stand against the massed pikes of the phalanx. Their horses shied away from that wall of iron points. They tried to wheel and strike at the flanks, but the Hypaspists were there, disciplined and deadly. And Alexander, his helmet dented but his spirit unbroken, rallied his companions and led them in charge after charge, each one hammering at the Persian line like a smith's hammer on red-hot metal. The Persian line began to crumble. First one satrap turned his horse and fled, then another, then a dozen. The flight became a rout, and the rout became a massacre as the Macedonians pursued the fleeing Persians across the darkening plain. But the battle was not yet over. Behind the shattered cavalry, the Persian commanders had positioned their Greek mercenaries, perhaps 2,000 hoplites, who fought for Persian gold, but were trained in the same methods as Alexander's own men. These mercenaries formed up in a defensive square, shields locked, spears presented, hoping that Alexander would offer them terms, would recognize them as fellow Greeks, and allow them to surrender with honor. They hoped in vain. Alexander, whether from genuine fury at Greeks who would fight for Persia against their own people, or from cold calculation that such men could not be allowed to survive and spread word of Persian methods, ordered his phalanx to surround the mercenaries completely. Then he sent them no herald, offered them no terms. He simply ordered the attack. The Greek mercenaries fought with the desperate courage of men who know they have no hope. They killed many Macedonians, more perhaps than the Persian cavalry had managed. But in the end they were overwhelmed, crushed beneath the weight of the phalanx and the fury of soldiers who had been fighting since afternoon and would not stop until every enemy was dead or fled. When the sun finally set on the Granicus, 2,000 Greek mercenaries lay dead in the gathering darkness. 2,000 more were captured and sent in chains back to Macedonia to work as slaves in the mines, a visible punishment for those who had taken Persian gold against their own people. Alexander's losses were remarkably light, perhaps 100 dead, most of them from that first desperate assault across the river. But he mourned each one, ordering statues to be made of the companions who had fallen, sending their armor back to Athens to be dedicated in the temples as trophies of Greek victory over Persian treachery. And he took care of Bucephalus, his beloved horse, who had carried him through the battle unscathed. The great stallion was groomed and fed, his wounds tended, if he had any, treated as a hero in his own right. For Alexander understood that victory belonged not to kings alone, but to all who fought man and beast alike. The victory at Granicus opened Asia Minor like a key turning in a lock. City after city, Sardis, Ephesus, Miletus, opened their gates, or surrendered after brief sieges. The Greek cities of the coast, which had lived under Persian rule for 2 centuries, welcomed Alexander as a liberator. He proclaimed freedom for the Greek cities, abolished the tribute they had paid to Persia, and installed democracies in place of the tyrants the Persians had favored. Whether he truly believed in freedom or simply understood the power of such proclamations, I cannot say. But the propaganda was brilliant. Here was Alexander, not as a conqueror, but as a liberator, not as a tyrant, but as the champion of Greek civilization against barbarian despotism. Of course, the cities that resisted learned what that liberation cost. Miletus held out, trusting in its strong walls and the promise of aid from the Persian fleet. Alexander besieged it methodically, using engines of war that Philip had developed and Alexander had perfected. When the walls were finally breached, the city was stormed, and its inhabitants sold into slavery. The same fate befell Halicarnassus, that ancient city where Herodotus had been born centuries before. Its defenders fought street by street, house by house, but in the end the city fell, and what Alexander could not hold he ordered burned. There was a pattern here, a rhythm of mercy and cruelty that would mark all of Alexander's conquests. Cities that submitted were treated well, their autonomy respected, their people protected. Cities that resisted were destroyed utterly, their populations enslaved or slaughtered, their very names erased from maps. It was not mere savagery, it was policy, carefully calculated to encourage others to surrender without a fight. And it worked. Within a year of crossing the Hellespont, Alexander controlled all of Asia Minor's coastline. The Persian fleet, deprived of its bases, was effectively neutralized without Alexander having to risk a single naval battle. It was a masterpiece of strategic thinking, controlling the sea by conquering the land. But as Alexander marched deeper into Asia Minor, as the months turned and the victories accumulated, something began to change within him. Or perhaps it had been there all along, merely waiting for the right moment to emerge. He began to see himself differently, no longer just as king of Macedon, not even just as hegemon of Greece, but as something larger, something touched by divinity. When he came to Gordium, the ancient capital of Phrygia, he was shown a curiosity that every visitor to the city was brought to see: an ancient wagon tied to a post with a knot so complex, so intricate, that no one had ever been able to untie it. Legend said that the knot had been tied by Gordius, father of the legendary King Midas. Prophecy claimed that whoever could loose the knot would rule all of Asia. Alexander examined the knot. He studied it from every angle, tried to find its beginning or end. The local priests and nobles watched, waiting to see if this young Macedonian king could succeed where countless others had failed. And then Alexander drew his sword. The blade flashed in the sunlight, and the knot fell in two pieces, severed with a single stroke. Some of the priests protested that was not solving the puzzle, that was cheating, that was destroying rather than unraveling. But Alexander simply smiled and replied that the prophecy had said nothing about how the knot was to be loosed. He had loosed it. The prophecy was fulfilled that night, according to those who were there. Thunder rumbled across a clear sky, and lightning flashed, though no storm clouds gathered. The priests proclaimed it a sign from Zeus himself, approving of Alexander's action. Whether the thunder truly came, or whether it was later invention, I cannot say with certainty. But I know this: from that moment on, Alexander believed more fully than ever that he was destined to rule Asia, that the gods themselves had marked him for glory, that no obstacle, whether a knot or an empire, could stand in his way. And perhaps he was right. For ahead of him, gathering his forces in Syria, was Darius III himself, the King of Kings, the Lord of Asia, bringing with him an army that outnumbered Alexander's forces by 2-1 or more. If Alexander could defeat Darius in open battle, then all of Persia would lie open before him like a feast table. But if he lost, if Darius's superior numbers and resources could grind down the Macedonian army, then Alexander's brief reign would end on some Syrian battlefield, his body left for the crows, his name forgotten, his ambitions dust. The stakes could not have been higher. And Alexander, with the absolute confidence of youth and divine favor, marched south to meet them. As winter approached in that year of 333 before our common era, Alexander stood on the threshold of his greatest test. Behind him lay the conquered coastline of Asia Minor. Ahead lay an enemy that commanded resources he could barely imagine. But he had crossed his Hellespont. He had cast his spear into Asian soil, and he would not, could not, turn back now. For he was Alexander, and the world was waiting to be conquered. Chapter 3. The king who broke a kingdom. The autumn winds blew cold across the plains of Syria, carrying with them the scent of distant rain and the whisper of fate approaching. I remember those days well, for the air itself seemed to hold its breath. waiting to see which way the scales of destiny would tip. Darius III, the great king, the king of kings, had not been idle while Alexander conquered the coast. He had summoned the full might of the Persian Empire, a summons that was answered from satrapies stretching from the borders of India to the shores of the Mediterranean, from the snow-capped Caucasus to the burning deserts of Arabia. His army was vast beyond counting, or so the Persian heralds claimed. Some said 100,000 men, others said more. The exact number matters less than what it represented: the assembled power of the greatest empire the world had ever known, come to crush this upstart Macedonian before he could penetrate any deeper into Persian territory. Darius himself was not the warrior that his ancestors had been. He had come to the throne through a series of murders and palace intrigues, elevated by the kingmaker Bagoas, only to poison that same Bagoas when he became inconvenient. But if Darius lacked the personal ferocity of a Cyrus or a Xerxes, he was not without intelligence or resources. He had Greek advisors, men like Memnon of Rhodes, who had counseled the satraps at Granicus. He had the immortals, the 10,000 elite guards, who formed the core of every Persian army. He had cavalry from every corner of his empire, and Greek mercenary hoplites, who fought as well as any Macedonian. And he had numbers. Oh, he had numbers. Alexander's army, by contrast, had shrunk since crossing the Hellespont. Sieges and garrisoning conquered cities had drained his forces. He could muster perhaps 35,000 infantry and perhaps 5,000 cavalry. Against Darius's host, it seemed pitifully small. But Alexander had something Darius lacked: absolute confidence in his own destiny, and an army that had never known defeat, that believed their king could perform miracles because they had seen him do so. The two armies maneuvered toward each other through the narrow coastal plain between the mountains and the sea. Alexander was marching south, deeper into Syria, when news came that Darius had positioned his army to the north, behind Alexander's line of march. The Persian king had managed to get between Alexander and his base, a potentially disastrous development that should have forced Alexander to fight on ground of Darius's choosing, with his supply lines cut and his escape route blocked. Any normal commander would have been alarmed. Alexander, according to those who were there, smiled. He turned his army around and marched north, moving swiftly to bring Darius to battle before the Persian king could change his mind or his position. And when the two armies finally came in sight of each other on the narrow plain near the town of Issus, with the Panaris River flowing between them, Alexander saw what Darius had done and understood immediately both the Persian king's cleverness and his fatal error. Darius had chosen a narrow battlefield where his enormous numerical advantage would be partially negated by lack of space to deploy. He thought this was wise, better a constrained victory than to let Alexander escape. But what Darius had failed to understand was that the narrow ground that limited his own forces also meant that Alexander's smaller army would not be outflanked, would not be surrounded, would be able to concentrate its power against specific points in the Persian line. It was a mistake, born of overconfidence, and it would cost Darius everything. The night before the battle, Alexander could not sleep. I saw him walking among his men, speaking to them in small groups, calling many by name, reminding them of their previous victories, promising them glory and riches beyond imagining. He visited the wounded from earlier campaigns, asking after their recovery, ensuring they knew their king had not forgotten them, and he sacrificed to the gods, to Zeus, to Athena, to Heracles, his supposed ancestor, asking for their blessing on the coming fight. As dawn broke over the mountains, both armies began to deploy. Darius positioned his forces with the river at their front, a natural obstacle that would disorder any attack. On his left wing, nearest the sea, he placed his best cavalry. In the center, the Greek mercenaries and the immortals, with Darius himself commanding from his chariot, surrounded by his bodyguard and the royal family for Persian kings. Even when they led armies traveled with elements of the court, as though war were merely another form of royal procession. On the right wing, more cavalry and lighter infantry, extending up into the foothills. Alexander's deployment was becoming familiar. Parmenian and the Thessalian cavalry on the left, nearest the sea. The phalanx in the center. 6 brigades of Macedonian pikemen, each brigade commanded by a tested general. And on the right, Alexander himself with the companion cavalry, the Hypaspists, the elite Agrion javelin throwers, and the archers. But Alexander added a wrinkle to his usual formation. Seeing the strength of the Persian cavalry facing Parmenian, he quietly shifted the Thessalian horse from the right wing to the left, moving them behind the phalanx so the Persians wouldn't notice the reinforcement. It was the kind of tactical adjustment that separated good commanders from great ones, the ability to see danger before it manifested and take steps to counter it. The sun rose higher. The two armies faced each other across the Panaris River, separated by a few hundred yards of water and ground by an unbridgeable gulf of language and culture, by the weight of history that would turn on what happened in the next few hours. Alexander rode along his line on Bucephalus, resplendent in his armor, and gave a speech that those who heard it remembered for the rest of their lives. He reminded them that they were Greeks, civilized men, fighting against barbarians. He reminded them of the Persian invasion of Greece, of the sacred temples burned, of the ancestors unavenged. He reminded them of their own previous victories, of the cities they had taken, of the enemies they had already defeated. And he promised them that today, if they fought well, if they held firm and trusted in their own courage and their king's leadership, they would break the Persian Empire forever and win riches beyond the dreams of their fathers. Today, he shouted, his voice carrying across the ranks. Today, we do not fight for a city or a province. Today, we fight for the mastery of Asia itself. The army roared its approval, beating spears against shields, creating a sound like thunder rolling across the plain. And then Alexander raised his arm, and the attack began. He did not wait for Darius to come to him. He did not probe for weaknesses or maneuver for advantage. He simply led his right wing straight at the Persian left, crossing the river at a gallop, water spraying from Bucephalus's hooves, the companions streaming behind him in their wedge formation like a spear point of bronze and horseflesh. The shock of the Macedonian cavalry hitting the Persian left wing was tremendous. The Persian horsemen, who had expected to stand on the defensive, suddenly found themselves reeling backward under the fury of Alexander's assault. The Hypaspists and archers who followed the cavalry across the river began to pour missiles into the Persian ranks, and within minutes the entire Persian left wing was in disarray, collapsing in on itself, beginning to flee. But in the center of the battlefield, disaster was unfolding for the Macedonians. The phalanx, trying to keep pace with Alexander's rapid advance, had found the river more difficult to cross than the cavalry had. The current was swifter here, the banks steeper, and as the pikemen struggled across, their formation broke. Gaps opened between the brigades, and into those gaps poured the Greek mercenaries and the Persian immortals. stabbing with short swords at men whose 18-foot pikes were useless at close quarters. The Macedonian center was being pushed back, slowly but inexorably. Men fell in the river, their bronze armor dragging them down to drown. Others died on the banks, stabbed from behind as they tried to climb to safety. For a terrible moment, it seemed that Darius's plan might actually work, that the Persian center would break through the Macedonian line, divide Alexander's army in two, and destroy it in detail. Parmenion, on the left wing, was fighting his own desperate battle against the massed Persian cavalry. Wave after wave of Persian horsemen crashed against the Thessalian and Greek cavalry, trying to break through and envelop the Macedonian army from the flank. Parmenion and his men held, but barely, and casualties were mounting. This was the crisis of the battle, the moment when everything hung in balance. If Alexander continued his pursuit of the Persian left wing, he might drive them from the field, but lose his own center and see his army destroyed. If he stopped to reinforce the center, he would give the fleeing Persians time to rally. It was the kind of decision that has to be made in heartbeats, with imperfect information, knowing that thousands of lives depend on getting it right. Alexander chose. He broke off his pursuit, rallied his companions, and led them in a sweeping charge directly at the Persian center, not at the infantry grinding away at his phalanx, but at the one point where a single blow could end the entire battle, at Darius himself. I watched from a distance as the companions cut through the Persian line like a knife through silk, heading straight for the royal chariot where the great king stood, tall and regal in his purple robes and golden crown. Around Darius, his bodyguard fought with desperate courage, knowing that if the king fell or fled, the battle was lost. Persian nobles died to protect their sovereign, throwing themselves at the Macedonian cavalry, buying seconds with their lives. But Alexander was coming, inexorable as death itself, and nothing could stop him. Darius saw him coming. The two kings' eyes met across the narrowing distance, one young and golden-haired and burning with destiny, the other older and more cautious, and suddenly terribly aware that he was about to die. And Darius broke. He turned his chariot and fled the field, abandoning his army, his guards, his honor, everything, in a desperate race to preserve his own life. The chariot crashed across the broken ground, bouncing and swaying, the great king clinging to it as though it were the last solid thing in a world dissolving around him. Behind him, his bodyguard died to cover his flight. Behind him, his army began to realize that their king had abandoned them, and behind him, Alexander stood in his stirrups and shouted in triumph, for he knew he had won. Once a Persian army saw its king in flight, discipline dissolved like salt in water. The center, which had been pushing the Macedonian phalanx back, suddenly lost heart. Men looked around, saw the king's chariot disappearing in the distance, and made their own decisions about valor and survival. The line crumbled, then broke, then ran. On the left wing, the Persian cavalry that had been fighting so fiercely against Parmenion heard the news and disengaged, racing to escape before they were surrounded. The battle became a pursuit. The pursuit became a massacre, and by nightfall, tens of thousands of Persian soldiers lay dead on the field, or drowned in the river, or cut down as they fled through the narrow mountain passes. Alexander wanted to pursue Darius immediately, to capture the fleeing king before he could escape to the interior of his empire. But night was falling, and even Alexander could not chase a man through darkness across unknown terrain. He ordered his men to make camp and rest. And then he rode to the Persian camp, which his men had overrun during the pursuit. And there he found something he had not expected: Darius's family. The great king, in his flight, had abandoned not only his army, but his mother, his wife, and his 3 children, 2 daughters and a young son. They had been traveling with the army, as was Persian custom, housed in luxurious tents that were themselves like mobile palaces. Now they were Alexander's prisoners, terrified captives, waiting to learn their fate from this foreign conqueror. The Persian queen mother, Gambes, fell to her knees before the first Macedonian who entered the tent, who happened to be Hephaestion, Alexander's closest friend, dressed in armor similar to the king's. When she was told she had prostrated herself before the wrong man, she was mortified, certain she would be punished for the error. But Alexander, when he entered the tent and the situation was explained to him, merely smiled. "Do not worry," he told her gently, in the Greek that she did not speak, but that translators rushed to render into Persian. "You were not mistaken, for he too is Alexander." It was a small moment, a gesture of reassurance to a frightened old woman, but it revealed something essential about Alexander: his capacity for magnanimity, for grace under the most unlikely circumstances. He could be ruthless when policy demanded it, as Thebes had learned. But he could also be generous, even kind, when generosity served his purposes, or simply when his mood inclined him toward mercy. He assured Darius's family that they would be treated with all the honor due to their rank. They would live in comfort, wanting for nothing, attended by their own servants. No one would harm them or dishonor them. They were not slaves, but guests, held in respect for their lineage. Statera, Darius's wife, was said to be the most beautiful woman in Asia. She was there, terrified for herself and her children, expecting rape or murder or enslavement. Instead, Alexander barely looked at her, not from lack of attraction, perhaps, but from a kind of iron self-control, a determination to prove himself above such base impulses. He would not touch the wife of his enemy. He would not give Darius or anyone else cause to say that Alexander of Macedon was ruled by lust rather than honor. There were practical reasons for this mercy, of course. Living hostages were valuable, especially royal ones. They could be bargained for, used as leverage, displayed as evidence of Alexander's victory. Dead hostages were merely corpses, and violated hostages would have inflamed Persian resistance rather than encouraging surrender. But I think there was more to it than cold calculation. Alexander genuinely saw himself as a hero from the ancient stories, and heroes in those stories treated royal captives with respect. Achilles had been terrible in his wrath, yes, but also magnificent in his courtesy. If Alexander was to surpass Achilles, he must equal him in nobility as well as in martial prowess. That night, as his men celebrated their victory with wine and song, as they divided the spoils of the Persian camp, gold and silver beyond counting, fine fabrics, weapons encrusted with jewels, serving vessels fit for a king's table, Alexander sat in Darius's own tent and contemplated what he had won. The Battle of Issus had been his greatest victory yet. He had defeated the great king himself in open battle, had sent him fleeing like a common soldier, had captured his family and his treasure. The psychological impact was immense. If Darius could not defend his own family, how could he defend his empire? If the King of Kings turned and ran from a Macedonian youth, what did that say about Persian power? But Alexander also knew the war was far from over. Darius had escaped, and as long as the great king lived and remained at large, he could rally new armies, call upon the vast resources of the interior provinces that Alexander had not yet reached. The Persian Empire was wounded, grievously wounded, but not yet dead, and so Alexander made a choice. Instead of pursuing Darius immediately into the heart of Persia, he would continue south, securing the Mediterranean coast, eliminating every Persian naval base, ensuring that his supply lines remained open and that no Persian fleet could threaten Greece while he was in Asia. It was sound strategy, but it was also cautious, more cautious than one might have expected from someone who had just won such a tremendous victory. Perhaps Alexander, for all his confidence, was not entirely reckless. Perhaps he understood that rushing after Darius without securing his rear could lead to disaster. Or perhaps he was waiting, building his legend, letting word of his victories spread across the empire like ripples from a stone thrown into still water, so that when he finally did march into the Persian heartland, cities would open their gates in awe and terror rather than resistance. The march south continued. Cities surrendered or were taken. Byblus, Sidon, Aratus, ancient Phoenician ports that had provided ships for the Persian fleet, all submitted to Alexander's authority. He replaced tyrants with democracies where it suited him, left local customs undisturbed, and presented himself as a liberator rather than a conqueror. But then came Tyre. Tyre was different from other cities. It sat on an island half a mile from shore, surrounded by walls that rose directly from the sea, defended by a navy and a population that remembered centuries of resisting sieges. When Alexander sent ambassadors to request that he be allowed to enter the city and sacrifice at the temple of Heracles, whom the Tyrians identified with their own god, Melkart, the city's rulers agreed that he could sacrifice at the mainland temple, but refused him entry to the island city itself. They meant no direct insult. They simply wished to remain neutral, to avoid provoking either Alexander or Darius, to wait and see which king would ultimately prevail. Alexander took their refusal as an insult nonetheless. More than that, he saw it as a strategic necessity. As long as Tyre remained independent and hostile, its fleet could threaten his communications, could ferry Persian troops, could serve as a rallying point for resistance. The city had to fall. But how does one besiege an island city when one's own fleet has been disbanded, when the enemy controls the sea? Alexander's answer was characteristically audacious. He would build a causeway from the mainland to the island, a road across the sea itself, and simply march his army across to the walls. His engineers protested that it was impossible. The water was too deep, the currents too strong, the distance too great. But Alexander insisted, and what began as an impossible dream became stone and timber reality. 4 months, 7 months in total, the Macedonians labored. They drove pilings into the seabed, filled the spaces between with stones and timber, built their causeway foot by foot, yard by yard, while the Tyrians rained missiles down from their walls and sent fire ships to try to burn the wooden structures. Alexander's men built siege towers on the causeway, mobile fortifications from which archers and catapults could provide covering fire. The Tyrians responded with their own ingenuity, sending divers to cut the anchor ropes of the Macedonian ships, building their walls higher, pouring red-hot sand and coals on attackers. It was a siege that became legendary even while it was happening, a contest between Alexander's will and Tyre's defiance, between Macedonian engineering and Phoenician seamanship. Men died in dozens, then hundreds, as the months dragged on. Alexander's own ships, for he had eventually assembled a fleet from surrendered Phoenician cities, fought naval battles against the Tyrian navy. The causeway grew longer, came closer to the island, and still Tyre held out. I remember the day the walls were finally breached. It was late in the summer of 332 before our common era, 7 months after the siege had begun. The Macedonians had brought up battering rams, had pounded at the walls until a section crumbled. Through the gap poured the Hypaspists and the phalanx, and behind them came Alexander himself, first among equals, fighting his way onto the walls, taking wounds but pressing forward, leading by example, as he always did. The fighting in Tyre's streets was savage beyond anything I had seen since Thebes. The Tyrians knew what awaited them if they lost. They had heard what happened to cities that resisted, and they fought with the fury of desperation. Women threw stones from rooftops. Old men armed themselves with kitchen knives. Children died in their mother's arms. By day's end, 8,000 Tyrians lay dead. Another 30,000 were sold into slavery. 2,000 men of military age were crucified on the beach, their bodies left to hang as a warning to other cities that might consider resistance. It was brutal, it was terrible, and it was effective. Word of Tyre's fall spread faster than Alexander's army could march, and city after city decided that submission was preferable to destruction. But I wonder if something in Alexander did not harden during that long siege. 7 months of watching his men die for a single city. 7 months of endless labor and constant danger. 7 months of being defied by people he considered beneath him. It took a toll. The young man who had shown mercy to Darius's family was also capable of this pitiless cruelty to those who opposed him. Perhaps he was learning that mercy is a luxury afforded only to the submissive, that resistance must be crushed so thoroughly that others will not dare to try it. Or perhaps the weight of destiny, the certainty of divine favor, was beginning to erode his capacity for ordinary human sympathy. Gaza, the next city to resist, learned the same lesson. After a 2-month siege, the city fell, and its defenders were slaughtered or enslaved. The garrison commander, a eunuch named Bates, who had fought with remarkable courage, was dragged alive behind a chariot around the city walls until he died, a deliberate echo of Achilles' treatment of Hector, as if Alexander were consciously performing the role of the hero he had worshipped since childhood. But if Alexander could be Achilles in his wrath, he could also be generous in his magnanimity. And nowhere was this more evident than in Egypt. The Persians had ruled Egypt for 2 centuries, and the Egyptians had never reconciled themselves to foreign domination. They remembered their own ancient glory, the pyramids and temples built by pharaohs when Greece was still a scatter of villages. They resented the Persian kings who cared nothing for Egyptian gods and customs, who treated the sacred land of the Nile as merely another province to be taxed and exploited. So when Alexander appeared at the borders of Egypt in the winter of 332, the Persian satrap Mazaches took one look at the army that had crushed Tyre, and Gaza calculated the odds and surrendered without a fight. The Egyptians welcomed Alexander as a liberator, perhaps even as a god. Within weeks of his arrival, he was crowned pharaoh of Egypt in the ancient temple at Memphis, with all the traditional ceremonies, the priests placing upon his head the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, proclaiming him the living incarnation of Horus, the son of Ra. Did Alexander believe it? Did he think he truly was a god, or at least the son of a god? I have pondered this question for more than 2,000 years, and I still do not know the answer. Perhaps he believed it fully, with all the conviction of youth and victory. Perhaps he believed it only as a useful fiction, a tool for controlling credulous populations. Or perhaps, and this, I think, most likely, he occupied some middle ground, half believing, half performing, unable to say with certainty where the mortal ended and the divine began. But whether belief or performance, Alexander played the role magnificently. He sacrificed to Egyptian gods with apparent sincerity. He ordered the restoration of temples the Persians had neglected. He presented himself not as a foreign conqueror, but as the rightful king, the one foretold by prophecy, the one chosen by the gods themselves. And then he did something that would have consequences far beyond anything he could have imagined. He founded a city on the Mediterranean coast, where a small Egyptian fishing village called Rakotis had stood since time immemorial. Alexander ordered the construction of a great city. He walked the perimeter himself, marking out where the walls should run, where the streets should go, where the temples and marketplaces should be built. He named it Alexandria, the first of many cities that would bear his name. But the greatest, the one that would outlive empires and still stands today. The city was positioned perfectly, with a natural harbor protected by the island of Pharos, connected to the Nile by canals, positioned to dominate trade between Egypt and the Mediterranean. It would become a center of learning and commerce, home to the great library and the lighthouse that would be counted among the wonders of the world. Long after Alexander's empire crumbled, long after his dynasty ended, Alexandria would endure as a testament to his vision. But Alexander did not stay to oversee the city's construction. He had other destinations, other destinies to pursue. In the winter of 332, he set out across the desert on a journey that would add yet another layer to his growing legend. He was going to the oracle of Siwa. Siwa lay deep in the Libyan desert at an oasis more than 300 miles from the Nile, a journey of weeks through burning sand and pitiless sun. It was sacred to the god Ammon, whom the Greeks identified with their own Zeus. Egyptian pharaohs had consulted the oracle there for millennia, seeking confirmation of their divine right to rule. Alexander traveled with a small group, his closest companions, some guides, minimal protection. To journey so far from his army, across hostile terrain, with so few guards, was either remarkably brave or remarkably foolish. Perhaps it was both. The journey was difficult. They got lost in the desert, running short of water, saved only by a miraculous rainstorm, or so the story goes. Ravens, or perhaps crows, flew before them, guiding them to the oasis, or so the story goes. The gods themselves smoothed their path, or so the story goes. I cannot tell you which of these tales are true and which are later embellishments, but I can tell you this. Alexander reached Siwa, entered the temple, and spoke with the priests of Ammon in private. What was said in that sacred space, no one knows with certainty, for Alexander never fully revealed it, but when he emerged, he was changed, or perhaps not changed, so much as confirmed in something he had always suspected. The priests, he told his companions, had acknowledged him as the son of Ammon, which is to say, the son of Zeus. The oracle had proclaimed him divine. Was it true? Had the priests truly said this? Or had Alexander simply interpreted their words the way he wanted to hear them? Did it matter? From that day forward, Alexander's sense of his own destiny seems to have solidified into absolute certainty. He was not merely a king or even a conqueror. He was a god walking the earth, blessed and guided by divine will, destined for a glory that no mortal could achieve. His men, his generals, watched this transformation with mixed feelings. Some believed, or at least pretended to believe. Others were disturbed, seeing in Alexander's growing conviction of divinity a dangerous hubris that might lead them all to ruin. But none dared openly contradict him, for he was Alexander, and he had never led them to defeat. As winter turned to spring in 331 before our common era, Alexander prepared to leave Egypt and march back into Asia. He had been away from the main theater of war for more than a year, securing the southern flank of his expanding empire. But Darius was still out there, still calling himself King of Kings, still gathering new armies to oppose the Macedonian invasion. It was time, Alexander decided, for a final confrontation. Time to march into the heart of Persia itself. Time to settle, once and for all, the question of who would rule Asia. Before leaving Egypt, he received word of troubles at home. His regent in Greece, Antipater, was facing revolts. The Spartans, who had never submitted to Alexander's hegemony, had risen in rebellion under their king, Agis III. It was a serious threat if Greece fell into chaos while Alexander was in Asia. His entire enterprise could collapse. But Alexander, characteristically, refused to return. He sent money and reinforcements to Antipater and commanded him to deal with the problem. "I will not be called home from conquering Darius," he reportedly said, to fight Spartan mice. It was a calculated risk, and it paid off. Antipater crushed the Spartan revolt at the Battle of Megalopolis. King Agis died fighting, taking down several Macedonians with him, dying as a Spartan should. His death ended the last significant Greek resistance to Macedonian domination. With his rear finally secure, Alexander marched back into Asia. He crossed through Syria, moved up into Mesopotamia, heading for the heart of the Persian Empire. And there, on a plain near the village of Gaugamela, Darius was waiting with an army that dwarfed anything Alexander had yet faced. The great king had spent 2 years preparing for this moment. He had summoned every available soldier from every corner of his vast realm. His army included infantry from Syria and Mesopotamia, cavalry from Media and Parthia, war elephants from India, scythed chariots designed to tear through enemy formations. By some estimates, his forces numbered over 100,000 men, perhaps many more. And this time, Darius had chosen his ground carefully. The plain of Gaugamela was flat and wide, perfect for cavalry maneuvers, ideal for his chariots. He had even had his men smooth the ground further, removing obstacles, creating a killing field where his numerical superiority could be brought fully to bear. Alexander's army, by contrast, numbered perhaps 40,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalry. He was outnumbered by at least 2 to 1, possibly more. Any rational commander, seeing those odds, seeing that vast Persian host spread across the plain, would have hesitated, would have looked for a way to even the odds, to find more advantageous ground, to wait for reinforcements. Alexander simply prepared for battle. On the night before the engagement, while his men slept or tried to, Alexander and his generals conducted a reconnaissance. They rode around the Persian position, studying it from every angle, looking for weaknesses, planning their attack. Some of his officers urged him to attack at night, to use darkness to offset the Persian numbers. Alexander refused. "I will not steal my victory," he said, whether from genuine conviction that such tactics were dishonorable, or from a shrewd understanding that a night battle would be chaotic and might negate his own advantages in training and discipline, I cannot say. He returned to his tent and, astonishingly, slept soundly. His generals found him still sleeping the next morning and had to wake him, surprised that he could rest so peacefully before what might be the decisive battle of his life. "Why should I not sleep soundly?" Alexander asked them. "Before, Darius kept me awake, wondering where he was, how he would fight, when he would give battle. Now I know where he is. Now the waiting is over. Now we fight, and one of us will rule Asia." It was the confidence of a man who truly believed the gods were on his side. As dawn broke on the first day of October, in the year 331 before our common era, the two armies deployed for battle. It would be the largest, bloodiest, most consequential battle Alexander had yet fought. And when the sun set that evening, the fate of the Persian Empire would be sealed. And Alexander would stand upon the threshold of becoming what he had always believed himself destined to be, the master of the known world. But that, my dear listener, is a tale that deserves its own telling in its own time. For the Battle of Gaugamela was more than merely a victory. It was the moment when one age ended and another began, when the old order was swept away and something new, something unprecedented, took its place. Chapter 4. The Day the World Turned. The sun rose blood-red over the plain of Gaugamela on that October morning, and I remember thinking that even the sky knew what was coming, knew that before this day ended, the earth would drink deeply of human blood. I stood on a distant hillside, for I have learned over my long centuries that the best vantage for understanding history is often from a distance, where one can see the pattern without being consumed by the chaos, and watched as both armies completed their deployments. Two vast organisms of bronze and flesh preparing to collide. Darius's formation stretched across the plain like a living wall. In the center, the king himself, in his high chariot, surrounded by his household troops and the immortals, those elite Persian guards, whose name promised that they could never be destroyed. To either side, waves of cavalry, Bactrian horsemen in scale armor, Scythian riders whose bows could kill at distances that seemed impossible, Indian troops with their mysterious war elephants looming like mobile towers behind the lines, and in front of everything, positioned to break the Macedonian advance before it could truly begin, were the scythed chariots, nearly 200 of them, their wheel hubs fitted with long blades designed to cut through flesh and bone, to create lanes of carnage through enemy formations. The Persian host was magnificent in its diversity, a testament to the empire's vast reach. Standards from a dozen nations fluttered in the morning breeze. The sound of their assembled voices, commands shouted in Persian, Aramaic, Median, Bactrian, and languages I could not even name, created a low roar like distant thunder. Alexander's deployment, by contrast, was almost familiar to me by now. On the left wing, Parmenian with the Thessalian and allied Greek cavalry. In the center, the Macedonian phalanx, 6 brigades, under their veteran commanders, each man gripping his sarissa with hands that no longer trembled before battle, for these were soldiers who had never known defeat. On the right, Alexander himself with the companion cavalry, the Hypaspists, and the light infantry. But there was something different this time. Alexander had learned from Issus, had understood that Darius's numerical superiority meant the Persians would try to envelop his flanks, to surround him and crush his army through sheer weight of numbers. So he had arranged his army in a formation that was almost square, with reserves positioned at angles to the main line, ready to pivot and face attacks from any direction. If the Persians tried to surround him, they would find themselves facing organized resistance, not exposed flanks. It was brilliant defensive preparation from a commander known for aggressive offense, another sign that Alexander, for all his youth and apparent recklessness, was a military mind of the highest order. The morning war on the two armies faced each other across perhaps half a mile of open ground, neither willing to move first. Darius wanted Alexander to attack, to exhaust himself crossing that killing ground while Persian archers and chariots took their toll. Alexander wanted Darius to commit first, to reveal his strategy, to create openings that Macedonian speed and discipline could exploit. Finally, as the sun climbed toward its zenith, Alexander made his move, but not the move Darius expected. Instead of advancing directly toward the Persian center, Alexander led his right wing at an angle, moving toward the Persian left flank, as if he intended to extend beyond Darius's line and attack from the side. It was a dangerous maneuver, potentially exposing his own flank to Persian cavalry, but it had a purpose. Darius, seeing Alexander's movement, had to respond. He ordered his left wing to extend, to match Alexander's movement and prevent the flanking attack. More troops were pulled from the center, shifted to the left, weakening the very heart of the Persian formation. It was exactly what Alexander wanted. As the Persian line extended and thinned, Darius gave the order he had been waiting to give since dawn: release the scythed chariots. They came rolling across the plain like a wave of bladed death, 200 chariots thundering toward the Macedonian line, drivers whipping their horses into a frenzy, the sunlight glinting off those terrible scythes that were meant to reap men like grain. I have seen many weapons of war in my time, but few more terrifying in appearance than those chariots. The sound of them, the rumble of wheels, the pounding of hooves, the shrill neighing of horses driven beyond their natural fear, was like the approach of doom itself. But Alexander had prepared for this. As the chariots bore down on his position, the Agrion javelin throwers and archers stepped forward and began their deadly work. Not at the chariots themselves, armor protected them too well, but at the horses. Javelins flew in dense clouds, finding the vulnerable flesh of horses' necks and chests. Animals screamed and fell, sending their chariots tumbling end over end. Drivers were thrown clear or crushed beneath their own vehicles. Those chariots that survived the missile barrage found that the Macedonian phalanx had simply opened lanes, stepping aside to let the chariots pass harmlessly through. Behind the phalanx, more light infantry waited to deal with the drivers, pulling them from their vehicles, killing horses that had lost their riders. Within minutes, Darius's terrifying weapon had been neutralized, turned from an instrument of victory into a field of dead horses and broken chariots littering the ground between the armies. But while this drama was playing out, the real battle was beginning. Darius's cavalry on his left wing, seeing Alexander's continued movement to his right, finally charged, trying to envelop the Macedonian flank before it could threaten the Persian rear. Thousands of horsemen, Bactrians, Scythians, Persians crashed into Alexander's right wing in a swirling melee of swords and spears. This was the moment Alexander had been waiting for. As the Persian cavalry engaged his right wing, as Darius's center remained fixated on the approaching Macedonian phalanx, a gap opened in the Persian line. Not a large gap, perhaps, only a few hundred yards, but visible to a commander with Alexander's vision and instinct. He did not hesitate. He wheeled the companions into their wedge formation, that famous hammer of Macedonian cavalry, and led them at a gallop directly at that gap, aiming like an arrow at the weakest point in the Persian center. The Hypaspists and part of the phalanx followed, running to keep up with the cavalry, and together they smashed into the Persian line like a thunderbolt thrown by Zeus himself. The impact was tremendous. Persian infantry, suddenly facing armored cavalry backed by disciplined infantry, reeled backward. Men fell in heaps, trampled by horses or impaled on Macedonian spears. The Persian center, which had seemed so strong just moments before, began to buckle. And through it all came Alexander, fighting with a fury that seemed almost inhuman. His spear broke, and he took another from one of his companions. That broke as well, and he drew his sword. I saw him, everyone on that field saw him, cutting his way toward Darius's position, toward that high chariot where the great king commanded his army. The Persian bodyguard fought magnificently, dying in windows to protect their sovereign. But they could not stop Alexander, could not slow that irresistible advance. The Macedonian king was coming, and death was coming with him. And Darius, seeing Alexander bearing down on him through the chaos, seeing that golden-haired fury cutting through his guards as though they were wheat before a scythe, made the same decision he had made at Issus. He fled. The great king turned his chariot and raced from the field, abandoning his army, his throne, his empire, everything, in a desperate flight to preserve his own life. Some say he wept as he fled. Some say he called for his family, forgetting that Alexander held them captive. Some say he simply rode in silence, broken by the knowledge that he had lost everything. But while Alexander was winning his victory in the center, disaster was brewing on his left wing. Parmenian's cavalry, outnumbered and hard-pressed by the massed Persian right wing, was in desperate trouble. Wave after wave of Persian cavalry crashed against the Thessalians, trying to break through and envelop the Macedonian army from the south. Some Persian horsemen had even found a gap in the Macedonian line and were riding through toward the camp, hoping to create chaos in the rear. Parmenion sent a desperate message to Alexander. If the right wing did not come to his aid immediately, the left would be overwhelmed and the entire battle lost. Alexander received the message at the moment of his greatest triumph, just as the Persian center was collapsing before him, just as Darius was fleeing, and the door stood open to pursue the great king and end the war in a single stroke. It was perhaps the most difficult decision of his entire career. Chase Darius and risk losing part of his army, or abandon the pursuit and save Parmenion. For a heartbeat, they say. Alexander hesitated. Then he made his choice. He broke off his pursuit of Darius, rallied the companions, and led them at full gallop across the battlefield toward the endangered left wing. It was a race against time, against distance, against the probability that Parmenion's line would break before he could arrive. The ride across the battlefield became one of the most brutal cavalry engagements of the entire battle. Alexander's companions, trying to reach Parmenion, crashed head-on into Persian cavalry, trying to complete their envelopment. There was no room for maneuver, no space for tactics, just horse against horse, sword against sword, men killing and dying in a compressed fury of violence. 60 of Alexander's companions died in that engagement, his highest casualties in any single action of the battle. But the Macedonian cavalry held together, fought their way through, and reached Parmenian's position just as the Thessalians were on the verge of breaking. The arrival of fresh troops, and especially the arrival of Alexander himself, turned the tide. The Persian cavalry, which had been pressing forward with the scent of victory in their nostrils, suddenly found themselves facing a reinforced enemy commanded by the man who had just shattered the Persian center. Their will broke. They disengaged and began to fall back. As word spread across the battlefield that Darius had fled, that the center was destroyed, that Alexander's cavalry had broken through to relieve the left wing, the entire Persian army began to dissolve. Units that had been fighting fiercely moments before suddenly lost heart. Officers who had been shouting commands found their men no longer listening. The retreat became a rout, and the rout became a slaughter. Alexander's men pursued for miles, cutting down fleeing Persians until their arms grew tired from killing, until the ground was so thick with bodies that horses stumbled over corpses. Ancient sources claim that the Persian dead numbered in the tens of thousands, while Alexander's losses were only a few hundred. The numbers may be exaggerated. Victors always inflate enemy casualties and minimize their own pause. The scale of the disaster for Persia was real. Darius's last field army, assembled with such care and expense, had been annihilated. The King of Kings had fled twice from battle against Alexander. The aura of Persian invincibility, already damaged at Issus, was now utterly destroyed. As the sun set on that blood-soaked plain, Alexander stood among the dead and wounded and proclaimed himself Lord of Asia. The road to Babylon lay open. In the days following Gaugamela, Alexander's army moved across Mesopotamia like a force of nature. Babylon, that ancient city of wonders, opened its gates without a fight. The Babylonian priests and nobles, pragmatic men who understood which way the wind was blowing, greeted Alexander as a liberator from Persian rule and proclaimed him king according to ancient Babylonian rites. Alexander entered the city in triumph, riding through streets lined with cheering crowds. Though whether they cheered from genuine enthusiasm or from fear and calculation, who can say? He sacrificed to Marduk, the chief god of Babylon, and ordered the restoration of temples that the Persians had neglected. He was learning, you see, that conquest was not merely a matter of military victory, but of winning hearts, or at least acquiescence, from conquered peoples. From Babylon, the army moved to Susa, another of the Persian Empire's great capitals. Here to the city surrendered without resistance, and Alexander seized the royal treasury, wealth beyond imagination, 40,000 talents of gold and silver, the accumulated treasure of centuries of Persian conquest. It was enough to fund his army for years, enough to pay off his debts and make him the richest king in the world. But Alexander did not linger in Susa. Ahead lay Persepolis, the ceremonial heart of the Persian Empire, the city built by Darius the Great and Xerxes to display Persian power and glory. It was here that the great kings had been crowned. Here that tribute from conquered nations had been brought and displayed. Here that the very idea of Persian supremacy had been made manifest in stone and gold. The road to Persepolis led through the Zagros Mountains, through a narrow pass called the Persian Gates. Here, at last, Alexander encountered serious resistance. A Persian satrap named Ariobarzanes had fortified the pass with a relatively small force, perhaps 25,000 men, and waited to make a stand. For a month, Alexander tried to force the pass and failed. The Persians had built walls across the narrowest points, had positioned archers and catapults on the heights, had created a killing ground where numbers meant little and terrain meant everything. Every Macedonian attack was beaten back with heavy losses. It must have been frustrating for Alexander, having won his great victory at Gaugamela, having seen two of the empire's greatest cities surrender without a fight, only to be held up by a single pass and a determined commander. But frustration turned to respect, I think, for here at last was a Persian who would not run, who would not surrender, who was willing to die defending his land. Alexander's solution was characteristic. If he could not go through, he would go around. Local guides showed him a mountain path that bypassed the Persian position. Alexander took a picked force, marched through the night over snow-covered peaks, and emerged in the Persian rear just as dawn broke. Ariobarzanes and his men, finding themselves surrounded, fought with desperate courage. Most died where they stood, refusing to flee even when flight might have saved them. Ariobarzanes himself escaped with a small group and made for Persepolis, hoping to defend the city. But Alexander's cavalry caught him before he could reach safety. He died fighting, one of the few Persians to earn Alexander's genuine respect. With the Persian gates forced, the road to Persepolis lay open. Alexander's army descended from the mountains into the plain, and the ceremonial capital of the empire lay before them like a jewel set in stone. What happened next remains controversial even now, more than 2 millennia later. Persepolis was not a military threat. The city's garrison was small, its people unwanted. It could have been occupied peacefully, its treasures seized without bloodshed, its monuments preserved as symbols of Alexander's magnanimity. And indeed, for a time, this seemed to be Alexander's intention. His soldiers moved through the city in relatively good order, securing the treasury, which held even more wealth than Susa had yielded. But then something changed, whether from long-simmering resentment, or from drunken rage, or from calculated policy. The order was given. Persepolis was to be sacked. For a day and a night, the Macedonian soldiers looted the city. Treasures that had taken centuries to accumulate were carried off or smashed. Women were raped, men killed if they resisted. The screaming echoed off the mountains that surrounded the plain. And then, after the looting, came something worse. The royal palace of Persepolis, that magnificent complex of audience halls and throne rooms, was set ablaze. Flames consumed the cedar beams brought from Lebanon, the gold-leafed columns, the stone reliefs depicting Persian kings receiving tribute from subject peoples. The fire burned so hot that stone cracked and melted. Sculptures survived, but blackened and damaged. The palace that had stood as the ultimate symbol of Persian power was reduced to a smoking ruin. Why did Alexander do it? The ancient sources disagree. Some say it was deliberate revenge for Xerxes' burning of Athens a century and a half earlier. A symbolic act meant to show that Greek honor had finally been satisfied, that the old debt had been paid in full. If this was the reason, then it was Alexander fulfilling his role as hegemon of the Hellenic League, doing what Philip had promised to do, avenging the Persian invasion of Greece. Others say it was an accident of sorts, that Alexander threw a drunken banquet, and one of the attendees, a Greek courtesan named Tai, urged him to burn the palace as a gesture of liberation. And Alexander, drunk on wine and victory, and perhaps her beauty, agreed. In this version, the burning was impulsive, not planned, and Alexander supposedly regretted it the next morning when he saw what he had done. Still others say it was calculated policy, that Alexander wanted to send a message. The old Persian Empire was dead, and no amount of treasure or ancient glory would bring it back. The burning was meant to demoralize any remaining resistance, to show that Alexander was not merely replacing Darius as great king, but destroying the very concept of Persian supremacy. I cannot tell you with certainty which of these explanations is true. Perhaps all contain some element of truth. Perhaps even Alexander himself did not fully understand his own motivations, acting on impulses that mixed vengeance, politics, and simple destruction. But I can tell you what I felt standing on that plain as the palace burned. I felt sadness for what was being lost, the accumulated art and culture of centuries, irreplaceable. And I felt a kind of terrible awe at what Alexander had become. He was no longer merely a conqueror. He was a force of transformation, destroying the old world to make room for something new. Whether what would replace the Persian Empire would be better or worse, only time would tell. With Persepolis destroyed and the Persian treasury emptied, Alexander might have declared victory and gone home. He had defeated the great king in battle twice. He had conquered the empire's major cities. He had achieved what Philip had set out to do, and far more. He was 26 years old, already one of the most successful conquerors in history, but Alexander had no intention of stopping. Darius was still alive, still calling himself King of Kings, still potentially able to rally resistance in the eastern provinces of the empire. As long as Darius lived, Alexander's conquest was incomplete, and so the pursuit continued into Media and Parthia, across deserts and through mountains, following reports and rumors of where the fugitive king had fled. It became almost obsessive, this chase. Alexander drove his army hard, sometimes covering 50 miles in a day, pushing men and horses to the limit of endurance. In July of 330 before our Common Era, nearly a year after Gaugamela, Alexander finally caught up with Darius, or rather, with what remained of Darius. The great king's own generals had turned against him. Bessus, the satrap of Bactria, and Nabarzanes, the commander of the cavalry, had decided that Darius was a liability, that his repeated failures against Alexander made him unfit to rule. Whether they planned to surrender to Alexander or to continue resistance under new leadership, I cannot say with certainty. But they took Darius prisoner, bound him in golden chains, and fled east with him. When Alexander's advance guard came close enough to threaten capture, Bessus and his co-conspirators made their final decision. They stabbed Darius multiple times and left him dying in a wagon by the roadside, then scattered in different directions, hoping to escape Alexander's vengeance. A Macedonian soldier found Darius still breathing, gave him water, and sent word to Alexander. But by the time Alexander arrived, Darius was dead. Alexander looked down at his enemy's body, the man he had defeated twice in battle, the king he had pursued across half of Asia, and supposedly wept, whether from genuine grief for a fallen enemy, or from frustration at being denied the chance to capture Darius alive, or simply from the complex emotions of the moment. The tears were real enough that witnesses remembered them. He ordered that Darius be given a royal funeral to be buried in the tombs at Persepolis alongside his ancestors. He sent word to Darius's mother, Sisygambes, assuring her that her son had died bravely and would be honored in death. And he declared Bessus a traitor and kingslayer, vowing to hunt him down and make him pay for his crime. It was masterful propaganda. Alexander positioned himself not as the destroyer of Persia, but as the rightful heir, the avenger of the murdered king, the champion of proper order against treacherous usurpers. He began to wear elements of Persian royal dress, to adopt some Persian court customs, to present himself as the legitimate successor to the Achaemenid dynasty, rather than as a foreign conqueror. His Macedonian veterans watched these changes with growing unease. They had followed Alexander to defeat Persia, not to become Persians. They had fought for years to destroy this empire, and now their king seemed to be embracing it, wearing the enemy's clothes, adopting the enemy's customs. But Alexander's vision was larger than simple conquest. He understood, perhaps more clearly than any conqueror before him, that ruling an empire required more than military victory. It required legitimacy, administration, the incorporation of conquered peoples into a new order. If he simply imposed Macedonian customs on Persian lands, he would face rebellions for generations. But if he could present himself as both Greek and Persian, both conqueror and heir, he might be able to hold together this vast territory under a single rule. It was an audacious vision, and it would cause him endless trouble. But for now, with Darius dead and the Persian heartland under his control, Alexander turned his attention to the eastern provinces, to Bactria and Sogdiana, to the edges of the known world, where Bessus had fled, and where resistance to Macedonian rule was only beginning. The easy victories were over. Ahead lay years of hard campaigning, guerrilla warfare, ambushes, and raids and sieges of mountain fortresses. Ahead lay the testing of Alexander's army, his generals, and his own judgment in ways that great battles could never accomplish. Ahead lay the lands beyond Persia, and beyond those lands, the edge of the earth itself. But Alexander did not hesitate. He had come too far, won too much, to turn back now. The world was waiting to be conquered, and he was Alexander, son of Zeus, lord of Asia, undefeated in battle. And he would not stop until he had seen the end of the earth itself, or died in the trying. Chapter 5. The Mountains That Do Not End. There is a saying among travelers old, even when I was young, that Asia does not end, but simply fades into impossibility. That if you ride far enough east, you will find mountains so high they touch the sky, deserts so vast they swallow armies, peoples so strange that the very laws of nature seem different in their lands. Alexander, having conquered the heartland of Persia, was about to discover the truth of this saying. The eastern provinces of the Persian Empire, Bactria and Sogdiana, which today we might call Afghanistan, and parts of Central Asia, were not like Egypt or Mesopotamia ancient civilizations, with cities that could be captured and administrations that could be co-opted. These were hard lands of mountains and deserts, populated by peoples who had never fully submitted even to Persian rule, who fought from horseback with bows and lived in felt tents that could be packed up and moved in an hour's time. These were not people who would line up in neat formations to be defeated in a single great battle. They would raid and retreat, ambush and disappear, wear down invaders through 1,000 small cuts, rather than risk everything in one encounter. For an army trained to fight set-piece battles, for a commander used to decisive victories, this would be a new and frustrating kind of warfare. Bessus, the murderer of Darius, had fled to Bactria, his home satrapy, and proclaimed himself the new great king. Taking the throne name Artaxerxes V, it was a bold move, claiming the very title that Alexander considered his own by right of conquest. Bessus gathered what forces he could and prepared to resist. But Alexander moved with his characteristic speed, crossing the Hindu Kush mountains in the spring of 329 before our common era. The crossing was brutal, snow and ice, thin air that made men gasp, mountain passes where a single misstep meant a fall into chasms so deep that bodies were never recovered. Horses and pack animals died by the dozens. Men wrapped their feet in animal skins and fur, but still the cold bit through. When they finally descended into Bactria, Alexander's army was exhausted but intact, having accomplished what the locals thought impossible, crossing the Hindu Kush in winter, emerging in Bactria before Bessus had fully prepared his defenses. Bessus, seeing Alexander approach with an army that should not have been able to reach him so quickly, lost his nerve. His own officers, pragmatic men who saw no future in fighting for a usurper against the man who had defeated Darius, turned against him. They bound Bessus and offered him to Alexander as a gesture of submission. Alexander accepted the traitor, had him stripped naked and flogged, then sent him back to Persia to be tried and executed for regicide according to Persian law. It was a public demonstration of Alexander's role as the legitimate Persian ruler, dispensing justice for crimes against the royal house. But if Alexander thought that Bessus's capture would end resistance in the region, he was soon disabused of that notion. The Bactrian and Sogdian nobles who had handed over Bessus did not see themselves as defeated. They saw themselves as having made a pragmatic deal with a powerful foreign king who would soon leave their lands and return to more civilized regions. They expected Alexander to take his army and go home. They did not yet understand that Alexander never went home, that conquest for him was not a raid or a campaign, but a permanent transformation. When Alexander began appointing his own men as governors, when he built garrisons and left Macedonian troops to occupy the region, when he made it clear that he intended to rule these lands as he ruled Egypt and Babylonia, the Bactrians and Sogdians rebelled. What followed was 3 years of brutal, grinding warfare unlike anything Alexander had experienced before. There were no great battles to win, no capital cities to capture that would end the war. Instead, there were dozens, then hundreds of small engagements. Villages that submitted 1 month would harbor rebels the next. Fortresses built on mountain peaks had to be besieged in winter, with supplies running short and the cold killing as many men as enemy arrows. The locals knew the terrain, knew where to hide, knew how to vanish into the mountains when Alexander's army approached and reappear, to raid supply lines when the Macedonians moved on. They used scorched earth tactics, burning their own crops and driving their herds into the wilderness rather than let them fall into Alexander's hands. I remember those years as a blur of small cruelties on both sides. Alexander's men, frustrated by an enemy they could not bring to battle, grew harsh in their treatment of captured rebels. Whole villages were destroyed, their populations massacred or enslaved. The Bactrians and Sogdians, in turn, showed no mercy to isolated Macedonian garrisons or supply columns, torturing prisoners and leaving their bodies as warnings. War is always terrible, but this kind of war, where friend and enemy are impossible to distinguish, where every act of mercy might be met with betrayal, where victory has no clear shape or end. This kind of war corrodes the soul of even the most disciplined army. Alexander founded cities in strategic locations, settling them with Greek mercenaries and wounded Macedonian veterans who could no longer march with the army. The most distant of these he named Alexandria, the furthest Alexandria, on the banks of the Jaxartes River, at what he believed was the edge of the civilized world. Beyond lay only the steppes, endless grasslands populated by nomadic Scythians, whom even the Persians had never conquered. The Scythians, seeing Alexander's army in their borderlands, decided to test this foreign king. They raided across the Jaxartes, challenging him to battle. Alexander, never one to ignore a challenge, led his army across the river on rafts made from stuffed leather tents and caught the Scythian raiders on the far bank. The battle was brief but decisive. The Scythians, who fought primarily with bows from horseback, were shocked by the speed and discipline of the Macedonian cavalry. They broke and fled after suffering heavy casualties, and Alexander pursued them deep into the steppes before finally turning back, satisfied that he had demonstrated Macedonian power even to these distant nomads. But it was a Pyrrhic demonstration. Alexander himself became violently ill after the battle, possibly from drinking contaminated water, possibly from dysentery, possibly from simple exhaustion. For days he lay in his tent, delirious with fever, and his army held its breath, wondering if their king would die, not in battle, but from illness, on the edge of the world. He survived, but the incident was a reminder that Alexander, for all his divine pretensions, remained mortal, vulnerable to the same diseases and hardships that killed common soldiers. As the campaign in Bactria and Sogdiana dragged into its second year, Alexander's relationship with his own men began to fray. The Macedonian nobles, who formed his inner circle, who had known him since youth, who had fought beside him at Granicus and Issus and Gaugamela, were growing disturbed by the changes they saw in their king. Alexander had begun wearing Persian dress more often, not just the royal robes on formal occasions, but elements of Persian costume, even with his troops. He was incorporating Persian nobles into his court, giving them positions of honor that the Macedonians felt should be reserved for themselves. He was adopting Persian customs, including the practice of proskynesis, the ritual prostration before the king that Greeks considered appropriate only for gods, not mortal men. To Alexander, these changes made sense. He was trying to rule a vast multi-ethnic empire, and that required showing respect for Persian culture and incorporating Persian elites into his administration. But to his Macedonian companions, it looked like their king was becoming Persian, abandoning the values and customs they had fought to defend. The tensions came to a head at a banquet in the city of Marikonda, modern Samarkand, in the autumn of 328 before our common era. Alexander and his officers were drinking heavily, as Macedonian custom encouraged. Wine flowed freely, and tongues loosened. At some point in the evening, the conversation turned to Alexander's father, Philip. Some of the younger officers began praising Alexander, saying he had far surpassed his father's achievements. But one man dissented, Cletus, called the Black for his dark hair and beard. Cletus was one of Alexander's oldest and most trusted companions. He had saved Alexander's life at the Granicus, cutting down to Persian nobles who were about to kill the young king. He had fought in every major battle, earned his position through blood and loyalty, and he felt he had the right to speak his mind. Philip's achievements, Cletus said, his words slurred with wine, are being forgotten. Everything is attributed to you, Alexander, as though you won these victories alone. But you forget the men who fought beside you, who died for you, who won these battles before you were even born." Alexander, also drunk, took offense. The praise of his father, which should have pleased him, instead struck at his insecurities, the fear that he was merely living off Philip's legacy, the anxiety that his own achievements would always be compared unfavorably to his father's groundwork. "Are you saying I am not as great as my father?" Alexander demanded. "I am saying," Cletus replied, his voice rising, "that you owe more to your father than you will admit. And I am saying that you are becoming more Persian than Greek, that you forget the men who made you what you are." The tent fell silent. Other officers tried to intervene, to calm both men, to guide the conversation away from this dangerous ground. But Alexander and Cletus, both drunk, both proud, both unwilling to back down, continued their argument. "I saved your life at Granicus," Cletus shouted. "This arm," he raised his right arm, "this arm kept you from dying that day. And now you dress like a Persian and expect us to bow before you like slaves." Alexander's face went white, then red with rage. He looked around for a weapon, but his guards had wisely removed all weapons from the banquet tent. So he grabbed an apple from the table and hurled it at Cletus, striking him in the face. "Get out!" Alexander screamed. "Get out before I kill you!" Cletus's friends dragged him from the tent, but the argument had inflamed him beyond reason. He broke free from his companions and burst back into the tent, shouting a line from Euripides: "What evil customs reign in Greece? When armies set up trophies of victory, men give the glory not to those who toiled, but to the commander." It was a calculated insult, suggesting that Alexander stole glory from his men. And it was the last thing Cletus ever said. Alexander snatched a pike from one of his guards and ran Cletus through, the blade entering below the ribs and piercing the heart. Cletus fell, blood spreading across the fine carpets, his eyes wide with shock that his king, his friend, had actually killed him. For a moment, the tent was frozen in horrified silence. Then Alexander, suddenly sober, suddenly aware of what he had done, pulled the pike from Cletus's body and tried to turn it on himself, to take his own life in atonement for murdering his friend. His guards wrestled the weapon away from him. Alexander collapsed beside Cletus's body, weeping, calling out his friend's name, tearing at his own hair and clothing. He remained in his tent for 3 days, refusing food and drink, mourning the man he had killed in a moment of drunken rage. His generals eventually convinced him to emerge, arguing that the army needed him, that he had been temporarily mad, that the gods had caused this tragedy to test him. But Alexander was never quite the same afterward. The easy confidence, the certainty of divine favor, was shadowed by the knowledge of what he was capable of in anger. The murder of Cletus sent a chill through the Macedonian army. If Alexander could kill one of his oldest friends in a drunken rage, what might he do to others who displeased him? The atmosphere at court changed, became more cautious, more fearful. Men watched their words, measured their criticisms, remembered that their king's favor could turn to murderous fury in an instant. And still the war in Bactria and Sogdiana continued. In the spring of 327, before our common era, after 2 years of brutal campaigning, Alexander attempted to formalize his rule over the region through diplomacy rather than force. He negotiated marriages with the local nobility, seeking to bind them to him through family ties. Among the Sogdian nobles he met during this time was a man named Oxyartes, who had a daughter named Roxana. According to those who saw her, Roxana was extraordinarily beautiful, Some said the most beautiful woman in Asia after Darius's wife. But more than beauty, she represented an opportunity for Alexander to legitimize his rule in the region by marrying into the local aristocracy. The wedding was celebrated according to both Macedonian and Bactrian customs. Alexander and Roxana shared bread according to Persian tradition, and Alexander declared her his wife and queen. Whether he loved her or whether it was purely a political marriage, I cannot say with certainty. But the marriage did help to pacify some of the Bactrian and Sogdian nobles, who saw their own kin elevated to share the conqueror's throne. Yet even as Alexander sought peace through marriage, another conspiracy was brewing. Among the royal pages, young Macedonian nobles who attended the king and were being trained in the arts of war and governance, there was growing resentment of Alexander's Persian customs and his increasingly autocratic behavior. One page in particular, a youth named Hermolaus, had been publicly humiliated by Alexander for a minor breach of hunting protocol. The humiliation festered into hatred, and Hermolaus began recruiting other pages into a plot to assassinate Alexander. The conspiracy was amateurish, easily discovered. Before the plotters could act, one page confessed to his lover, who informed the authorities. Hermolaus and his co-conspirators were arrested, tortured, and executed, stoned to death by the army, as was Macedonian custom for traitors. But the investigation revealed something more troubling. The pages had been influenced by Callisthenes, Alexander's official historian and the nephew of Aristotle himself. Callisthenes had been openly critical of Alexander's adoption of Persian customs, particularly proskynesis. He had argued that such practices were demeaning to Greeks, that Alexander was becoming a tyrant rather than a king. Whether Callisthenes was actually involved in the conspiracy remains unclear. He denied it, and no clear evidence was found linking him to the plot. But Alexander had him arrested anyway, thrown into prison in chains. Callisthenes died in captivity, some say from illness, others say from torture or execution. The death of Callisthenes severed Alexander's last real connection to his philosophical education, to the values Aristotle had tried to instill in him, and it sent a message to anyone who might criticize the king. Dissent would not be tolerated, no matter how distinguished the dissent. By the summer of 327, the Bactrian revolt was finally suppressed. It had taken 3 years of constant warfare, countless casualties on both sides, the destruction of entire towns, and the massacre of populations. But Alexander could finally claim that he controlled the eastern provinces, that the Persian Empire's borders were now his borders. Except they weren't, because beyond those borders lay India. Alexander had heard tales of India since childhood, a land of fabulous wealth, of kingdoms rich beyond imagination, of elephants and strange beasts, of peoples with customs unlike any known to Greeks. The Persian Empire's easternmost provinces had bordered the Indus River Valley, and Persian kings had claimed overlordship over some Indian principalities. If Alexander was truly the heir to the Persian throne, then surely those Indian territories belonged to him as well. It was a thin justification, perhaps, but Alexander had never needed much justification for conquest. The lure of the unknown, the desire to see what lay beyond the next horizon, the hunger for more glory, these were motivation enough. And so, despite having just concluded a brutal 3-year campaign, despite his army's exhaustion and losses, despite the growing tensions with his own officers, Alexander announced that they would march east, crossing the Hindu Kush, once more descending into the Indus Valley. They would invade India. His generals must have despaired. They had been campaigning continuously for 7 years, had marched thousands of miles from Macedonia, had conquered an empire larger than anything in Greek history, and now their king wanted to lead them into unknown lands, to fight unknown enemies, to push ever further from home. But they were also soldiers, and Alexander was their king, and the habit of obedience was strong. When Alexander gave the order to march, they marched. In late 327, the Macedonian army crossed the Hindu Kush for the second time and descended into the Indus Valley. What they found there would test them as they had never been tested before, would push them to the absolute limit of endurance, would finally, after all their victories, after all their conquests, bring them to the point where they would refuse to go further. But that breaking point still lay ahead, for now, as they descended from the mountains into a land of heat and monsoons, of unfamiliar peoples and strange customs, they were still Alexander's army, still undefeated, still confident that their king could lead them to victory against any enemy. The edge of the earth, Alexander believed, lay just beyond the next river, just past the next kingdom. He would find it, he would conquer it, and he would prove, once and for all, that he was worthy of the divine heritage he claimed. India waited, mysterious and vast, and Alexander, carrying with him the weight of an empire and the burden of an insatiable ambition, marched forward to meet his destiny. Chapter 6. Where even gods must stop. The lands beyond the Hindu Kush were unlike anything the Macedonians had yet encountered. If Persia had been exotic, India was incomprehensible, a world where the very air seemed different, thick with moisture and heat, where the seasons themselves worked backward to Greek understanding, where rain came not gently but in sheets that could drown a man standing upright. The army descended from the mountains in the autumn of 327 before our common era, entering what the Greeks called the Punjab, the land of 5 rivers, a fertile region watered by tributaries of the Indus. Here were kingdoms and principalities that had existed for centuries, largely independent of Persian control, even when they nominally paid tribute to the great king. Alexander's first campaigns in India followed the pattern. Established in Asia Minor, some rulers submitted peacefully, recognizing the futility of resistance. Others fought and were crushed. Still others attempted to remain neutral and found that neutrality was not an option Alexander recognized. The kingdom of Taxila, ruled by a king named Amphis, whom the Greeks called Taxila, welcomed Alexander as an ally. Taxilas had his own enemies among the neighboring kingdoms, particularly the powerful king Paris, who ruled the lands beyond the Hydaspes River. If Alexander wanted to conquer India, Taxiles reasoned, let him begin by destroying Porus. It was the age-old strategy of using foreign invaders to settle local scores. But other kingdoms chose resistance. The Aspasians and Assassinians fought fierce battles against the Macedonians as Alexander's army pushed through the mountain valleys. These were hard campaigns, sieges of mountain fortresses, fighting in terrain where cavalry was useless and the phalanx could barely deploy. The locals used the landscape itself as a weapon, raining rocks down from heights, ambushing supply columns in narrow defiles. At one fortress, the defenders were so determined that when the walls were finally breached, they tried to flee across a ravine. Alexander's men shot them down as they ran, and the ravine itself became choked with bodies. At another siege, Alexander was wounded in the shoulder by an arrow, but refused to leave the battle until the fort was taken. The sieges revealed something about the character of Indian warfare that troubled the Macedonians. Many of these defenders fought alongside their families. When fortresses fell, women and children were found among the dead, having chosen to fight and die rather than surrender. It was a level of fanaticism, or perhaps simply commitment to homeland, that even the Macedonians found unsettling. By the spring of 326, Alexander had subdued most of the territories between the Hindu Kush and the Hydaspes River. He now stood on the banks of that river, looking across at the kingdom of Porus, and prepared for what would be his hardest battle yet. Porus was not like Darius. He was a warrior king in the old style, tall and powerful. Some sources claim he stood over 6 feet, enormous for that era, and he had no intention of fleeing from battle. He brought his army to the east bank of the Hydaspes and waited for Alexander to try to cross. The Hydaspes in spring was swollen with snowmelt from the mountains, nearly a mile wide in places, the current swift and treacherous. And on the far bank, Porus had positioned not just his infantry and cavalry, but something the Macedonians had never faced in significant numbers: war elephants. The elephants were the terror weapon of Indian warfare. These massive beasts, armored and carrying howdahs filled with archers, could break infantry formations simply by their appearance, for horses not trained to their scent would panic and bolt. They could trample men beneath their feet, could use their trunks to grab and throw soldiers, could charge through pike walls that would stop cavalry cold. Alexander had perhaps 200 elephants captured in previous campaigns, but Porus had 200 trained war elephants, each one a living siege engine. If Alexander tried to cross the river in the face of such opposition, his army would be slaughtered in the water. For weeks, Alexander maneuvered along the river, making feints as if to cross, forcing Porus to march his army back and forth to counter potential crossing points. It was psychological warfare designed to exhaust Porus's men and make them complacent, to create the conditions for a surprise crossing. Finally, on a stormy night in May of 326, Alexander made his move. He left a substantial force at the main camp opposite Porus's position, with orders to make noise and light fires as if the whole army were there. Meanwhile, Alexander led his cavalry and light infantry nearly 20 miles upstream, where the river bent and an island provided some cover. As thunder rolled across the sky and rain lashed down, the Macedonians began their crossing on boats and rafts they had prepared in secret. It was dangerous work. The current was strong. The rain made visibility nearly zero, and if Porus discovered them mid-crossing, they would be helpless. But Alexander gambled that Porus would not expect an attack in such weather, and the gamble paid off. By dawn, Alexander had his strike force across the river. But Porus had not been completely fooled. He had left his son with a substantial cavalry force upstream, and now that force came racing to intercept Alexander before he could link up with the rest of his army still on the far bank. The cavalry engagement that followed was brief and decisive. Alexander's companions crashed into the Indian cavalry with their usual shock tactics, and Porus's son died in the melee, along with most of his men. But the fighting had bought time for Porus to respond. The Indian king made a fateful decision. Instead of defending the river against the Macedonian forces still crossing, he marched his main army toward Alexander's position, determined to destroy the advance force before it could be reinforced. It was a bold move, and it might have worked except that Alexander had been hoping for exactly this response. As Porus's army approached, Alexander arranged his forces carefully. He positioned his infantry in the center, but he kept most of his cavalry on the wings, ready for the flanking maneuvers that had won him so many previous battles. And he studied Porus's formation, looking for weaknesses. The Indian army was formidable. In the center, the war elephants, spaced perhaps 50 feet apart, with infantry filling the gaps between them. On the wings, cavalry and chariots, and behind everything, more infantry in reserve. It was a formation designed to be unbreakable, an iron wall that would grind forward and crush anything in its path. The battle began with Alexander sending cavalry and horse archers to harass Porus's flanks, to draw the Indian cavalry away from the main formation. When Porus's cavalry moved to counter this threat, Alexander's companions charged, catching them out of position. The Indian cavalry fought bravely, but was driven back, some units fleeing, others falling back toward the elephant line for protection. And then came the moment that would define the battle, the clash of the Macedonian phalanx with the Indian elephants. I have seen many strange and terrible things in my long life, but few stranger or more terrible than that collision of pike and pachyderm. The elephants advanced, trumpeting their war cries, and the Macedonian phalanx held firm, presenting that forest of 18-foot pikes. The elephants, enraged by wounds from the Saracens, began to rampage, crushing men on both sides, creating chaos in the formations behind them. Macedonian casualties were severe. Those elephants killed more of Alexander's men in a single battle than had died at Issus or Gaugamela. Men were trampled, thrown, gored by tusks. The carefully drilled phalanx broke into small groups, fighting for survival against creatures that seemed impossible to kill. But Alexander had prepared for this. His light infantry, the Agrians and others trained in skirmishing, began targeting not the elephants themselves, but their handlers, the mahouts, who sat atop them and directed their movements. Once a mahout fell, the elephant often became confused, sometimes turning on its own side, sometimes simply fleeing the battlefield. And as the elephants tired, for even these great beasts could not maintain their fury indefinitely, they began to withdraw, slowly at first, then more quickly, trudging back through the Indian lines, causing as much damage to Porus's own infantry as they had to the Macedonians. With the elephants out of the fight, the battle became more conventional. The Macedonian cavalry, having routed the Indian wings, now circled around to attack the Indian infantry from behind. The phalanx, battered but intact, resumed its advance, and slowly, inexorably, Porus's army was surrounded and crushed. But Porus himself did not flee. Even as his army disintegrated around him, even as it became clear the battle was lost, the Indian king fought on from atop his war elephant, hurling javelins at the Macedonians, refusing to surrender. He was wounded multiple times, some sources say 9 times, and his elephant was so covered in blood that it was impossible to tell which wounds were the beast's and which were the king's. Finally, Alexander sent Taxils, the Indian king who had allied with him, to offer Porus terms of surrender. Porus, recognizing a fellow king, agreed to meet Alexander. The meeting between the two kings became legendary. Alexander, impressed by Porus's courage and the fierce resistance he had offered, asked how Porus wished to be treated. "Treat me as a king," Porus replied, and that was all he said. Alexander, moved by this dignified answer, not only allowed Porus to remain king of his own lands, but actually increased his territory adding to his realm the lands of neighboring kings who had either fled or died in the battle. It was an act of remarkable magnanimity, and it served a practical purpose as well. Porus became Alexander's most loyal ally in India, a native king who could help govern these distant territories when the Macedonians eventually left. But the victory at the Hydaspes, brilliant as it was, had come at terrible cost. Hundreds of Macedonians had died, more than at any previous battle. The army was exhausted, many men wounded, the survivors traumatized by the elephant's rampage. And in the aftermath of the battle, Bucephalus died. Alexander's beloved horse, who had carried him from Greece to India, who had been his companion for nearly 20 years, finally succumbed, whether to age, to wounds sustained in the battle, or to simple exhaustion. The sources disagree. But Bucephalus was dead, and Alexander mourned him as he might have mourned a brother. He founded a city on the spot where Bucephalus had died, naming it Bucephala in the horse's honor. And he founded another city on the site of the battle itself, called Nicaea, Victory City, to commemorate his triumph over Porus. But even as he mourned his horse and celebrated his victory, Alexander was already planning to push further east. He had heard rumors of kingdoms beyond the Hydaspes, of the great Ganges River that was said to be the edge of the world, of armies even larger than Porus's, of wealth beyond imagination. The Macedonian army listened to these plans with growing dread. They had been campaigning for 8 years. They had marched from Macedonia to India, had fought in deserts and mountains, in heat and cold, against every kind of enemy. They were exhausted, wounded, sick of war, and longing for home. But Alexander was not done. Alexander would never be done. They were beginning to understand. He would lead them east until the earth itself ended, or until they all died trying to reach it. The breaking point came at the Hyphasis River, which today is called the Bees. Alexander announced that they would cross this river and continue east toward the Ganges. And for the first time in his reign, his army refused to follow. It began quietly, with individuals and small groups expressing reluctance to continue. But the reluctance spread, became open resistance. The soldiers held meetings, spoke openly of their desire to return home, refused to break camp when the order was given. Alexander tried everything. He gave speeches reminding them of their previous victories, of the glory they had won, of the riches that awaited them if they would only march a little further. He offered bribes and promises. He threatened consequences for disobedience. Nothing worked. Finally, he summoned his senior officers to his tent and demanded that they convince the men to continue. But even his generals, men who had followed him loyally for years, refused. It was Coenus, one of his senior commanders, who finally spoke the words everyone was thinking. If there is one thing above all others a successful man should know, it is when to stop. Coenus reminded Alexander that most of the original Macedonian soldiers were dead or too wounded to fight. Those who remained were exhausted, their equipment worn out, their bodies scarred and broken. "Let us go home," Coenus begged. "Let us see our parents, our wives, our children. If you wish to conquer more lands, raise a new army of young men eager for glory. But these men have given everything. They have followed you to the end of the earth. Now let them go home." Alexander's fury was terrible to behold. He dismissed his officers, retired to his tent, and remained there for 3 days, refusing to see anyone, like Achilles sulking in his tent before Troy. It was a calculated display, designed to make his men feel guilty, to make them reconsider their refusal. But this time, the manipulation did not work. The army remained firm in its refusal to cross the Hyphasis. On the third day, Alexander emerged from his tent and announced that he would sacrifice to the gods, seeking their guidance on whether to continue east. The sacrifices, unsurprisingly, were unfavorable. The gods, it seemed, did not wish the army to cross the river. In reality, Alexander had simply accepted the inevitable. His army would not follow him further. The mutiny, for that is what it was, though no one dared call it that, had succeeded. Alexander ordered 12 massive altars to be built on the banks of the Hyphasis, each one 50 cubits high, monuments to the gods and to the furthest extent of Macedonian conquest. Then he turned the army around and began the long march back. It must have been a bitter moment for Alexander, the first time in his life he had been forced to accept a limit to his ambitions. He had conquered everything from Greece to India, had defeated every enemy he had faced, had achieved more by the age of 30 than any conqueror in history. But he had not reached the edge of the world. He had not fulfilled the limitless ambition that burned within him. The return journey, which should have been a triumphal march through conquered territories, became instead a nightmare of hardship and violence. Alexander, perhaps seeking to prove that the return was not a retreat, launched a series of campaigns against Indian peoples who had not yet submitted to his rule. The fighting was brutal, the casualties mounting on both sides. At the city of the Mali tribe, Alexander led an assault on the walls and characteristically was first to reach the top of the wall, but his men were too slow to follow, and Alexander found himself alone on the battlements with only 3 companions. Rather than wait for reinforcements, he jumped down into the city, into the midst of thousands of enemy warriors. It was madness, but it was the kind of madness that had always defined Alexander. His bodyguards, horrified, jumped down after him. A desperate fight developed. 4 men against hundreds. Alexander killed several opponents, but then took an arrow in the chest, the iron point piercing his lung. He fell, unable to breathe, blood frothing from his mouth. His bodyguards stood over him, fighting desperately to protect their fallen king. The rest of the Macedonian army, seeing Alexander fall, went berserk, breaking into the city in a frenzy, killing every living thing they could find in revenge for the wounding of their king. Alexander was carried from the battle, barely alive. The arrow was extracted, but the wound became infected. For days he lay fevered and delirious, and rumors spread through the army that he was dead. The troops, panicked and leaderless, nearly mutinied again. When Alexander finally recovered enough to stand, he had himself carried on a litter before the army to prove he still lived. The soldiers wept with relief, reaching out to touch him, calling out his name. Whatever resentments they had felt at the Hyphasis, whatever exhaustion and homesickness plagued them, they still loved him, still needed him, could not imagine the army without him. But Alexander had been changed by the wound, weakened in ways that would never fully heal, and there were still thousands of miles to cover before they would reach home. The army split into 2 groups for the return journey. Part of the army, under the general Granicus, would return by sea, exploring the coast of the Arabian Sea and the Persian Gulf. The rest, under Alexander's personal command, would march overland through the Jedrosian Desert, modern southern Pakistan, and Iran. It was perhaps the worst decision Alexander ever made. The march through the Jedrosian Desert became a death march. The heat was overwhelming, temperatures climbing to levels that made mail armor unbearable to touch. Water was scarce, found only in scattered wells that were often poisoned or dry. Food ran short, then ran out entirely. The army began to disintegrate. Men fell behind and were left to die, for there was no strength to carry them. Pack animals were slaughtered for food, then the army's horses. Then finally even the royal baggage was abandoned to lighten the load. Flash floods would occasionally sweep through the dry wadis, drowning soldiers in their sleep. Sandstorms would arise with no warning, blinding and choking, leaving men lost and wandering until they died of thirst within sight of their companions. Some sources claim that Alexander lost 3/4 of his army in that desert, perhaps 25,000 men or more. Whether the number is accurate or exaggerated, the casualties were catastrophic, far worse than any battle had inflicted. Alexander himself suffered along with his men. When water was found, he refused to drink until all his soldiers had been given their share. Once, when a small amount of water was brought to him in a helmet, he poured it out on the sand rather than drink, while his men had nothing. These gestures of solidarity helped maintain the army's cohesion, but they could not prevent the dying. When the survivors finally emerged from the desert and reached the settled regions of Persia, they were a shadow of the army that had left Macedon 8 years before. Sunburned, starved, many of them mad from thirst and hardship, they staggered into Carmania in the autumn of 325, more dead than alive. Alexander declared a 7-day celebration to mark their survival, but it must have been a hollow triumph. Yes, they had survived, but at what cost, and for what? To prove that Alexander could endure what his men endured. To punish them, perhaps, for refusing to follow him beyond the Hyphasis. I have often wondered about Alexander's decision to lead his army through that desert. There were other routes, safer paths, but he chose the hardest road. Was it miscalculation, poor intelligence about conditions? Or was it a kind of self-destructive impulse, a way of punishing himself for the failure at the Hyphasis, for the limits his own mortality imposed on his ambitions? I do not know. Perhaps Alexander himself did not know. What I do know is that when he emerged from that desert, something had hardened in him. The young man who had wept over Darius's body, who had shown mercy to Porus, seemed to have been burned away in the Gedrosian sun. What remained was a king who trusted no one, suspected everyone, and was increasingly willing to use death as a tool of policy. The final years were approaching, and with them would come not more conquests but reckonings, not glory but grief. The man who had dreamed of conquering the world would find that the hardest conquest of all is the conquest of oneself. But all that still lay ahead. For now, as the battered army rested in Carmania, as the survivors mourned their dead and tried to recover from the ordeal they had endured, Alexander was already planning his next moves. There was an empire to be organized, governors to be punished for corruption, a wedding to be arranged that would unite Greek and Persian in a grand dynastic alliance. And beyond that, more campaigns, more conquests, for Alexander's ambition, though checked at the Hyphasis, had not died. It had merely been delayed. The edge of the world remained out there, calling to him. And Alexander, for all his wounds and hardships, could not stop himself from answering that call. But first, he would discover that conquest is easier than governance, and that the empire he had, one could slip through his fingers as easily as desert sand if he did not bind it together with more than just military might. The reckoning was coming, and it would prove more difficult than any battle Alexander had yet fought. Chapter 7. The empire that could not hold. When Alexander returned to the heartland of his empire in the winter of 325 before our common era, he found that his long absence in the east had allowed rot to set in at the core of his conquests. Governors he had appointed, believing them loyal, had used their power to enrich themselves, to oppress the populations under their control, to build personal armies that might one day challenge Alexander himself. Treasuries had been looted, temples had been robbed, officials had declared themselves independent rulers of their territories, believing that Alexander would never return from India, that he had died in those distant lands and left them free to carve up his empire among themselves. They had miscalculated. Alexander's response was swift and merciless. He summoned the corrupt governors one by one, heard evidence of their crimes, and executed them. Some were given formal trials, some were simply killed on the spot. Whole administrations were purged, replaced with new men whose loyalty Alexander hoped could be trusted, though after what he had seen, I think he truly trusted no one anymore. One of the executed governors was the satrap of Media, who had failed to maintain the tomb of Cyrus the Great. This particularly enraged Alexander, for he saw himself as the legitimate heir to the Persian kings, and the desecration of Cyrus's tomb was an insult to the very legitimacy he claimed. He ordered the tomb restored and the satrap executed, sending a message that Persian heritage would be respected under his rule. But the executions, necessary as they might have been, created new problems. Every governor removed created a vacancy that needed to be filled. Every official executed left behind friends and family who now had reason to hate Alexander. And the atmosphere of suspicion, of constant surveillance and sudden punishment, made it increasingly difficult to find capable men willing to serve. The Macedonian nobles who had followed Alexander from the beginning were particularly troubled by what they saw. Their king was no longer the glorious conqueror who had defeated Darius and won the world. He had become paranoid, suspicious, quick to anger, and quicker to punish. The easy camaraderie of the early campaigns had been replaced by formal court protocol, by Persian customs that felt alien, by a distance between king and companions that had not existed before. Alexander, for his part, was trying to build something unprecedented, a unified empire that would transcend national and cultural boundaries, where Greek and Persian could live as equals under his rule. It was a vision far ahead of its time, and it required changes that his Macedonian followers simply could not accept. In the city of Susa, in the spring of 324, Alexander staged what he hoped would be the symbolic unification of his empire, a mass wedding between Macedonian officers and Persian noblewomen. 80% of his senior commanders were married in a single ceremony to daughters of the Persian aristocracy. Alexander himself took 2 more wives in addition to Roxana Statera, daughter of Darius III, and Parysatis, daughter of the previous Persian king Artaxerxes III. The weddings were conducted according to Persian custom, with all the elaborate ritual and ceremony of the Persian court. It should have been a moment of triumph, a visible demonstration that Greek and Persian could unite, that Alexander's empire would be built on fusion rather than conquest. But too many of the Macedonian officers, forced to marry women they had never met, from a culture they considered inferior, it felt like betrayal. They went through with the ceremonies because Alexander commanded it. They smiled and made the appropriate gestures and spoke the required words. But in their hearts, many resented being used as political tools, resented the implication that they were not good enough as Macedonians, but needed to be improved by Persian blood. And their resentment deepened when Alexander announced his next policy, the incorporation of 30,000 young Persian men, trained in Macedonian warfare, into his army. Alexander presented this as a practical measure. His Macedonian veterans were aging, wounded, exhausted. He needed fresh troops if he was to continue his campaigns, and incorporating Persians would show that his army, like his empire, was truly multinational. But the Macedonian soldiers saw it differently. They saw themselves being replaced, their years of loyal service being repaid by being pushed aside for barbarians who had not earned their positions through blood and hardship. They saw Alexander rejecting them, preferring foreigners to the men who had won him his empire. The tensions finally exploded at the city of Apis, near Babylon, in the summer of 324. Alexander announced that the oldest and most wounded Macedonian veterans would be sent home to Greece with generous rewards and pensions, while he retained the younger troops for future campaigns. He meant it as an honor, a way of rewarding those who had served longest. But the veterans heard something different. They were being discarded, sent away so Alexander could build his new Persian army without their interference. The army mutinied. It was not a mutiny of rebellion, not an attempt to overthrow Alexander or replace him. It was a mutiny of grief and rage and betrayal. Soldiers shouting that if Alexander loved Persians so much, he should campaign with them, that the Macedonians who had won him his empire were no longer wanted or needed. Alexander's response was characteristic. He leaped down from the platform where he had been speaking and personally grabbed the ringleaders, pointing out 13 men to his guards for immediate execution. The men were taken away and killed while the army watched in shocked silence. Then Alexander returned to the platform and gave one of the most powerful speeches of his career. He reminded them of everything his father Philip had done for Macedonia, how he had taken a backward kingdom and made it great. He reminded them of everything he himself had done, the cities conquered, the enemies defeated, the wealth won. He reminded them that he had fought beside them, bled with them, shared their hardships. And now you wish to abandon me, he demanded. Go then, go home to Macedonia and tell them how you abandoned your king to the barbarians he had conquered. Tell them how you left Alexander alone among his enemies. See what honor that brings you. Then he dismissed them, returned to his quarters, and refused to see anyone for 3 days, the same tactic he had used at the Hiphasis, but this time motivated by genuine fury rather than calculation. On the 3rd day, word spread that Alexander was appointing Persians to all the senior military positions, that he was creating a new companion cavalry from Persian nobles, that he no longer needed Macedonians at all. The soldiers broke. They came to Alexander's quarters and stood outside, weeping, begging to be allowed to see him, calling him by name, pleading for reconciliation. Some stood there for 2 full days without food or water, just calling out for their king to forgive them. Finally, Alexander emerged. He saw his veterans, the men who had followed him for thousands of miles, standing there broken and weeping, and his own anger dissolved. He wept with them, embraced them, declared that they were all his kinsmen, that he loved them as a father loves his sons. A great feast was held, a banquet of reconciliation, where Alexander and his officers drank together and swore oaths of loyalty and friendship. It was a moment of genuine emotion, of healing after the breach. But it could not undo the underlying tensions, could not resolve the fundamental contradiction between Alexander's vision of a unified empire and his Macedonians' desire to remain a privileged elite. 10,000 veterans were sent home to Macedonia with their rewards. The army that remained was smaller, but perhaps more manageable, and Alexander prepared for his next campaigns. For yes, there would be more campaigns. He was planning an invasion of Arabia, perhaps an expedition to the western Mediterranean, maybe even a circumnavigation of Africa. His ambition remained limitless, his energy undiminished despite his wounds and the years of campaigning. But before those campaigns could begin, tragedy struck. Hephaestion died. Alexander's closest friend, his second in command, the man who had been with him since childhood, who had stood beside him through every battle and campaign, fell ill with a fever in the city of Ecbatana in October of 324. The illness seemed minor at first, but it worsened rapidly. The physicians could do nothing. Within days, Hephaestion was dead. Alexander's grief was beyond measure. He threw himself on Hephaestion's body and lay there for hours, refusing to be moved. He cut his hair in mourning, as Achilles had done for Patroclus. He ordered a period of public mourning throughout the empire. He had the physician who had attended Hephaestion executed for malpractice, or perhaps simply because he needed someone to blame, someone to punish for this unbearable loss. He spent a fortune on Hephaestion's funeral. Some sources claim 10,000 talents or more. He ordered a massive pyre to be built, higher than the city walls, decorated with gold and purple, with sculptures and military trophies. He had the sacred flame in a nearby temple extinguished, an honor usually reserved only for the death of the great king himself. And he launched a military campaign against a nearby mountain tribe, the Cassini, not because they had done anything to offend him, but simply because he needed an outlet for his grief, needed enemies to kill, needed blood to honor Hephaestion's memory. Those who saw Alexander during this time said he seemed diminished, as though some essential part of him had died with Hephaestion. The two men had been more than friends. They were the Greek ideal of companions, bound together by a love that transcended ordinary friendship. Without Hephaestion, Alexander seemed incomplete, as though he had lost not just a friend, but part of his own soul. He consulted oracles, asking if Hephaestion could be worshipped as a god. The oracle replied that Hephaestion could be honored as a hero, but not worshipped as divine. Alexander had to content himself with that. In the spring of 323, Alexander returned to Babylon. His advisors and the Chaldean priests warned him not to enter the city. They had read omens that were unfavorable, had seen signs in the stars and the flights of birds that suggested danger. But Alexander dismissed their warnings as superstition and entered Babylon anyway, taking up residence in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar II. He threw himself into planning his next campaigns with renewed energy, as if trying to outrun his grief through constant activity. Arabian ambassadors came to the court, and Alexander planned an invasion of their lands. He ordered the construction of a new fleet, massive warships that would give him control of the Arabian Gulf. He drew up plans for new cities, new roads, new irrigation systems that would transform the empire's economy. But beneath the activity, something was broken. Alexander drank more heavily than ever, hosting banquets that lasted deep into the night, trying to drown his sorrow in wine. His temper, always quick, became unpredictable. He would be laughing one moment, furious the next, his moods swinging wildly in ways that alarmed those around him. On the 13th day of the month, the Macedonians called Decius, late May or early June by our modern calendar, Alexander attended a prolonged drinking party hosted by one of his friends, Medius of Larissa. The drinking went on through the night and into the next day. Alexander matched his companion's cup for cup, as was his custom, never willing to show weakness, even in something as trivial as drinking capacity. The next day, he developed a fever. At first, it seemed minor. Alexander had been ill before and always recovered. He continued with his duties, receiving ambassadors, conducting sacrifices, giving orders for the upcoming Arabian campaign. But the fever did not break. It grew worse, day by day, until Alexander could no longer stand without assistance. Still, he tried to maintain his routine. He had himself carried to the river to perform sacrifices. He held meetings with his generals, discussing plans for campaigns he would never lead. But his voice grew weaker, his body burned with fever, and on the 8th day of his illness, he could no longer speak. His soldiers, hearing that their king was dying, demanded to see him. Alexander had himself propped up on his bed, and the entire army filed past, each man looking at his king one last time. Alexander could not speak, but he raised his hand slightly to each soldier in recognition, a final gesture of connection with the men who had followed him to the edge of the world. On the 10th day of June, in the year 323 before our common era, in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar II in Babylon, Alexander the Great died. He was 32 years old. The cause of death remains mysterious even now. Some said it was typhoid fever, contracted from contaminated water. Some said malaria, endemic in the marshlands around Babylon. Some said it was the cumulative effect of years of wounds and hardships, his body finally giving out after being pushed beyond human limits for too long. Some said it was excessive drinking, his liver finally failing after years of Macedonian-style symposia, and some said it was poison. Rumors spread that Alexander had been murdered by his own generals, who feared his growing megalomania and his plans for endless conquest. Suspicion fell on Antipater, his regent in Macedonia, who had reasons to fear Alexander's return, or on Cassander, Antipater's son, who had been openly critical of Alexander's adoption of Persian customs. The poison, they said, was obtained from the river Styx in distant Arcadia, a toxin so powerful it could only be carried in a mule's hoof. The truth is probably simpler and sadder. Alexander died of natural causes, of fever and illness, like countless others in that era. But the murder theory persisted because people could not accept that Alexander, who had survived 100 battles, who had conquered an empire, could be killed by something as mundane as a fever. As he lay dying, his generals gathered around him and asked, "To whom do you leave your kingdom?" Alexander's answer, if he gave one, has been debated for millennia. Some sources say he whispered, "Kratistos, to the strongest." Others say he replied, "To the most worthy." Still others claim he said nothing intelligible, merely gestured weakly before losing consciousness for the last time. Whatever he said or didn't say, the meaning was clear. Alexander left no clear heir, no plan for succession, no way to hold together the vast empire he had created. His wife Roxana was pregnant, but the child had not yet been born. He had a half-brother, Philip Aridius, but the man was mentally deficient, incapable of ruling. There was no one who could simply step into Alexander's place and command the same loyalty, inspire the same devotion, hold together Greek and Persian and Macedonian under a single rule. The empire he had won through brilliance and bloodshed would be lost through ambition and civil war. But that, too, is part of his legacy. The proof that empires built on the genius of one man cannot outlive that man. That true permanence requires institutions, not just inspiration. I remember the days after Alexander's death, the confusion, the fear, the sudden understanding among those who had followed him that they were adrift, that the guiding star they had followed had been extinguished. Some wept openly. Others immediately began calculating advantages, wondering how they could profit from the vacuum of power. Still others simply seemed lost, unable to imagine a world without Alexander. His body was embalmed in honey and prepared for transport to Macedonia, where Philip was buried, where Alexander should have been laid to rest beside his father. But Ptolemy, one of Alexander's generals, who had been assigned to govern Egypt, intercepted the funeral cortege and brought the body to Alexandria instead, the city Alexander had founded. There, Ptolemy built a magnificent tomb, and there Alexander's golden sarcophagus would remain for centuries, visited by Julius Caesar and Octavian, and countless others who sought inspiration from the world's greatest conqueror. Eventually, the tomb was lost, buried beneath the accumulating centuries of the city's history. Today, despite countless searches, no one knows where Alexander's body lies. It is perhaps fitting. The man who conquered the world has become a mystery, a legend whose final resting place remains as elusive as the edge of the earth he sought. His generals, the Diadochi, as they were called, the successors, began fighting almost immediately over the remains of his empire. Ptolemy claimed Egypt. Seleucus took control of Mesopotamia and Syria. Antigonus sought to reunite the entire empire under his own rule. Cassander secured control of Macedonia. Lysimachus governed Thrace, and they fought and fought and fought. For more than 40 years, Alexander's generals and their sons waged war across the territories he had conquered, each claiming to be his true heir, each seeking to restore his empire under their own rule. Roxana and her infant son by Alexander, named Alexander IV, were caught up in these wars. Eventually, they were murdered by Cassander, the last of Alexander's direct bloodline eliminated. The unified empire Alexander had created lasted perhaps a year after his death. What emerged from the wars of the successors were a handful of separate kingdoms: the Ptolemaic kingdom in Egypt, the Seleucid Empire in Syria and Mesopotamia, the Antigonid kingdom in Macedonia. These Hellenistic kingdoms would endure for centuries, spreading Greek culture and language across the entire eastern Mediterranean and into Asia. But they were never again united as they had been under Alexander. Chapter 8. The memory that will not fade. More than 2,000 years have passed since Alexander died in that Babylonian palace, my dear listener, and still his name echoes through the ages. Still historians debate whether he was a visionary or a tyrant, whether his conquests spread civilization or merely spread destruction, dressed in civilization's clothing. I have had long, so very long, to contemplate Alexander's legacy, and I find myself returning always to the same questions. What did his brief, brilliant life accomplish? What changed because Alexander lived? The most obvious legacy is territorial. Alexander's conquests spread Greek culture, its language, its art, its philosophy, its modes of thought across vast territories. In cities from Spain to India, people began to speak Greek, to read Homer, to study Plato and Aristotle. The Greek language became the common tongue of educated people throughout the Mediterranean world and beyond, a position it would hold for centuries. This process, which historians call Hellenization, fundamentally transformed the ancient world. When the Romans eventually conquered these territories, they found populations already partially Hellenized, already speaking Greek, already familiar with Greek cultural forms. The Romans, practical conquerors, simply adopted Greek culture themselves, creating that Greco-Roman civilization that would form the foundation of European identity. The cities Alexander founded, and he founded or refounded perhaps 20 of them, most bearing his name, became centers of learning and trade. Alexandria, in Egypt, grew into one of the greatest cities of the ancient world, home to the famous library that sought to collect all human knowledge, home to scholars like Euclid and Eratosthenes, who advanced mathematics and science. The city endured long after Alexander's empire crumbled, remaining a major center through the Roman and Byzantine periods, through the Islamic conquest and beyond. The Hellenistic kingdoms that emerged from Alexander's empire preserved and transmitted Greek culture in ways that pure Greece never could have. The library at Alexandria, the Mausoleum, where scholars gathered the artistic innovations of Hellenistic sculpture and architecture. All of these were products of the cultural fusion Alexander initiated. The mixing of Greek rationalism with Eastern mysticism, Athenian democracy with Persian monarchy, Western individualism with Eastern communalism. But there is a darker side to this legacy as well. Alexander's conquests were not bloodless cultural exchanges. Cities were destroyed, populations enslaved, entire peoples displaced or eliminated. The ruins of Thebes stood for generations as a reminder of what resistance to Alexander cost. The bodies that littered the paths of his campaigns numbered in the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions when you count not just soldiers but civilians who died from the famines and diseases that followed in the wake of his armies. Was it worth it? Can the spread of Greek philosophy justify the destruction of Persepolis? Can the founding of Alexandria balance against the massacre at Tyre? These are questions without easy answers. Questions that each person must answer according to their own understanding of history's purpose. What I can tell you with certainty is that Alexander changed the world in ways that outlasted his empire. His conquests broke down the barriers between East and West, between Greek and barbarian, between the familiar and the unknown. Trade routes that had been tentative became highways. Ideas that had been confined to single cultures began to cross-pollinate. The world became, in some fundamental way, smaller and more connected because Alexander had marched across it, and he changed the very idea of what a king could be. Before Alexander, kings ruled territories. After Alexander, conquerors dreamed of ruling the world. Every ambitious general who came after him measured himself against Alexander's standard. Julius Caesar, they say, wept when he saw a statue of Alexander, lamenting that at Caesar's age Alexander had conquered the world while Caesar had conquered nothing. Augustus kept Alexander's memory alive, visiting his tomb, honoring his legacy. Napoleon studied Alexander's campaigns, sought to emulate his speed and audacity, dreamed of matching his glory. Military academies today still study Alexander's tactics, the hammer and anvil strategy, where cavalry delivers the decisive blow while infantry holds the enemy in place. This was perfected by Alexander and remains a fundamental concept in warfare. His use of logistics, his ability to supply armies thousands of miles from home, his innovations in siege warfare, all of these set standards that commanders study still. But perhaps Alexander's greatest legacy is not what he did, but what he represented. The idea that one person, through will and genius and sheer refusal to accept limits, can change the entire world. It is a seductive idea, dangerous in many ways, for it suggests that ordinary considerations of morality and consequence do not apply to those touched by greatness. How many tyrants have justified their crimes by pointing to Alexander's example? Yet it is also an inspiring idea, a reminder that individuals matter, that history is not just vast impersonal forces, but also the choices of specific people at specific moments. Alexander chose to cross the Hellespont. He chose to pursue Darius. He chose to continue east even when prudence counseled return. And because he made those choices, the world was transformed. I have watched empires rise and fall, have seen conquerors come and go, have witnessed the birth and death of civilizations. But Alexander remains unique, not because he was the only great conqueror, but because of the particular combination of elements he embodied, the classical Greek education that taught him to seek glory, the Macedonian military tradition that gave him the tools for conquest, the maternal influence that convinced him he was divine, the youthful energy that refused to wait or compromise. If he had lived longer, what might he have achieved? The question haunts historians still. He had plans for the conquest of Arabia, for expeditions to the west, perhaps even for the circumnavigation of Africa. Some say he dreamed of reaching the Western Ocean, of proving that the earth was finite and could be encompassed by a single empire. But perhaps it is better that he died young, at the height of his powers, before age and weariness could dim the brilliance of his legend. He remains forever 32, forever golden-haired and beautiful, forever charging at the head of his companions, forever seeking the edge of the world. Death preserved him in amber, kept him from becoming what so many conquerors become: old, cautious, afraid of losing what they have won. And so Alexander became immortal, not through divinity, but through memory. His name passed into legend, into myth, into the stories mothers tell their children and soldiers tell around campfires. The historical Alexander, complex and contradictory, was simplified into the Alexander of romance, the hero who never knew defeat, the king who treated enemies with honor, the explorer who reached the ends of the earth. In the medieval period, the Alexander romance became one of the most popular works of literature in Europe and the Islamic world. It told fantastical tales of Alexander's adventures, how he descended to the bottom of the ocean in a glass barrel, how he flew through the air in a basket carried by eagles, how he encountered the water of life and spoke with prophets and sages. These stories bore little relation to the historical Alexander, but they kept his name alive through the centuries when the actual details of his campaigns might have been forgotten. In the Islamic tradition, Alexander became Iskandar, a figure of wisdom and justice, sometimes identified with the Quranic prophet Dhul-Qarnayn. Persian poets like Ferdowsi and Nizami wrote epic poems about him, casting him not as a foreign conqueror, but as a legitimate ruler of Persia, a king who understood both Greek philosophy and Persian majesty. In India, the memory of his campaign remained, though transformed by time and cultural interpretation. The Battle of the Hydaspes became a tale of mutual respect between Alexander and Porus, emphasizing honor and courage rather than conquest and subjugation. Alexander became a figure who had come to India not to destroy, but to learn, to add Indian wisdom to Greek philosophy. And in the West, every ambitious ruler measured himself against Alexander's standard. When Roman generals conquered new territories, they consciously styled themselves as new Alexanders. When Renaissance princes commissioned their portraits, they often requested poses that echoed classical depictions of Alexander. When Napoleon crowned himself emperor, he studied Alexander's campaigns and sought to emulate his speed and audacity. The fascination continues into our own time. Modern military strategists still analyze Alexander's tactics, still marvel at his ability to adapt to different enemies and terrains, still study the psychological aspects of his leadership. Business leaders read about his management of diverse forces and attempt to apply his methods to corporate strategy. Philosophers debate the ethics of his conquests and the validity of the great man theory of history. But what would Alexander himself make of his legend, I wonder? Would he be pleased to know that his name would echo through the millennia? Or would he be frustrated that the world he sought to conquer has moved so far beyond his understanding, that the empire he built crumbled so quickly that his vision of unity between Greek and Persian never truly took root? I think, perhaps, he would not care, for Alexander was a man who lived entirely in the moment of action, who found his meaning not in legacy, but in the act of conquest itself. He did not build to last, but to triumph. He did not create institutions, but won battles. He was not interested in what would happen after he was gone, only in what glory he could win while he lived. And in that, there is both tragedy and magnificence. For Alexander's life was like a comet blazing across the sky, brilliant, brief, impossible to look away from. It burned so brightly that it cast shadows that would stretch across centuries. But like a comet, it could not last, could not maintain that intensity indefinitely. It could only flash into existence, dazzle the world, and then be gone, leaving only the memory of light. Chapter 9. The Lessons Written in Conquest. As I sit here in my ancient study, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of ages, I find myself contemplating what lessons Alexander's life might teach those who come after. For history is not merely a collection of facts and dates, but a teacher whose lessons are written in the blood and glory of those who came before. The first lesson, I think, is about the power and peril of ambition without limit. Alexander achieved more in 13 years of campaigning than most conquerors achieve in lifetimes. He expanded the known world, spread Greek culture across vast territories, founded cities that would endure for millennia. All of this was born from an ambition that refused to recognize any boundary, any limitation, any reason to stop. But that same limitless ambition also destroyed him. It drove him to the Gedrosian desert, where thousands of his men died. It pushed his army past the breaking point at the Hyphasis. It made him paranoid and cruel, unable to trust even his oldest friends. It consumed Hephaestion's memory and turned it into a campaign of revenge against innocent mountain tribes. In the end, Alexander died, not from enemy action, but from exhaustion, his body worn out by years of refusing to acknowledge human limitation. There is wisdom in knowing when to stop, in recognizing that more is not always better, that conquest for its own sake is ultimately empty. But there is also something magnificent in refusing to accept limits, in pushing beyond what others think possible. Alexander's tragedy and his glory was that he could not separate these two truths. The second lesson concerns leadership and the burden it places on those who would command. Alexander was a master of inspirational leadership. He fought at the front of his army, shared his men's hardships, remembered their names and deeds, distributed rewards generously. He made his soldiers believe they could achieve the impossible, and in believing, they often did. But this style of leadership has a terrible cost. It requires the leader to constantly risk himself, to be always the bravest, always the most committed, always willing to do what he asks of others. Alexander's many wounds testify to this cost, and it creates a dependency where the entire enterprise rests on one person's shoulders. When Alexander died, his empire died with him, for he had not built institutions that could function without his personal presence. Modern leaders might learn from this. Charismatic leadership can achieve remarkable things in the short term. But sustainable success requires building systems and institutions that outlast any individual. Alexander conquered the world, but could not create a structure to hold it together. His empire was brilliant, but fragile, held together only by his own genius and force of will. The third lesson involves the relationship between culture and conquest. Alexander genuinely tried, in his later years, to create a fusion of Greek and Persian culture, to build an empire that would be more than just Macedonian domination of conquered peoples. His marriages to Persian women, his adoption of Persian court customs, his incorporation of Persian nobles into his administration, all of these represented an attempt to create something new, a genuine synthesis of East and West. But he failed, and the failure is instructive. His own Macedonians resented the changes, seeing them as betrayal of their culture and values. The Persians, meanwhile, never fully accepted Alexander as anything more than a foreign conqueror wearing Persian dress. Cultural synthesis is harder than it appears, requiring more than just goodwill and policy decisions. It requires time, patience, and a willingness to be changed by the encounter with the other. Yet Alexander's attempt was not entirely futile. The Hellenistic kingdoms that emerged from his empire did create genuine cultural fusion in many regions. Greek art incorporated Eastern motifs. Greek philosophy engaged with Persian and Indian thought. Greek language became the medium through which diverse peoples communicated. The synthesis Alexander sought did eventually emerge, though not in the form he had imagined, and not under his control. The fourth lesson is about the relationship between means and ends, between military brilliance and moral accountability. Alexander was unquestionably one of the greatest military commanders in history. His tactical genius, his strategic vision, his ability to inspire and lead, all of these remain subjects of study and admiration. But tactical brilliance does not excuse moral atrocity. The destruction of Thebes, the massacre at Tyre, the slaughter of prisoners, the burning of Persepolis, these were not unfortunate accidents, but deliberate policies designed to terrorize populations into submission. They worked in the sense that they helped Alexander conquer his empire, but they were no less terrible for being effective. I have heard arguments that Alexander was merely a man of his time, that such violence was normal in ancient warfare, that we cannot judge him by modern moral standards. There is some truth to this. The ethics of war in Alexander's era were different from our own, and holding historical figures to standards they never knew seems unfair. Yet I also remember that even in Alexander's own time, there were those who questioned his methods. The destruction of Thebes shocked the Greek world. His own soldiers mutinied at Apis, partly because they were troubled by his growing ruthlessness. Callisthenes criticized him for abandoning Greek values. The fact that some of Alexander's contemporaries found his actions troubling suggests that even by the standards of his own era, he sometimes went too far. Perhaps the lesson is this: military genius and moral wisdom do not necessarily go together. A brilliant general may be a flawed human being. Achieving great things does not excuse terrible means. We can admire Alexander's tactical brilliance while still acknowledging the human cost of his conquests, can study his campaigns while refusing to glorify the violence they entailed. The fifth lesson concerns the nature of historical memory itself. The Alexander we remember is not precisely the Alexander who lived. Over to millennia, his story has been simplified, romanticized, transformed into legend. The complex, contradictory historical figure has been replaced by a simpler hero or villain, depending on the teller's perspective and purpose. This is not unique to Alexander. All historical figures undergo this transformation. But Alexander's case is particularly extreme because he died young and left no clear record of his own thoughts and intentions. The ancient sources we have were written centuries after his death, based on lost accounts, shaped by the political and cultural concerns of their own eras. The Alexander Romance tradition added layers of myth and fantasy. Islamic and Indian traditions reshaped him to fit their own cultural frameworks. The lesson, then, is to approach historical figures with humility, recognizing that we cannot fully know them, that our understanding is always mediated by sources and interpretations shaped by their own contexts. The real Alexander is lost to us, accessible only through fragmentary evidence and competing narratives. What we have instead is a tapestry of Alexanders, each one revealing something about the people who remembered and retold his story. And yet, through all the layers of interpretation and mythology, something essential remains. We may not be able to fully recover the historical Alexander, but we can perceive the outline of a remarkable figure, brilliant and flawed, visionary and cruel, magnificent and tragic. That outline is enough to teach us, to challenge us, to make us think about leadership and ambition and the price of greatness. Chapter 10. The cities that remember of all Alexander's legacies. Perhaps the most tangible are the cities he founded. I have walked their streets across the centuries, watched them grow and change, seen them outlast empires and survive catastrophes. These cities, most bearing Alexander's name, scattered from Egypt to Central Asia, represent his most enduring achievement. Alexandria in Egypt stands first among them, the greatest city Alexander ever founded. I remember standing on the shore when Alexander himself walked the perimeter, marking where the walls should run, where the harbors should be dug, where the great lighthouse should rise. He could not have imagined what the city would become. For centuries, the intellectual center of the Mediterranean world, home to the great library that sought to collect all human knowledge, birthplace of mathematical and astronomical discoveries that would shape human understanding for millennia. The library alone would have justified the city's existence. Founded by Ptolemy I, Alexander's general, who became Egypt's ruler, it grew to house hundreds of thousands of scrolls, attracting scholars from across the known world. Here Euclid wrote his Elements, establishing the foundations of geometry. Here Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the earth with remarkable accuracy. Here the Septuagint was created, translating Hebrew scriptures into Greek and making them accessible to the wider world. I spent many years in that library, walking its colonnaded halls, reading by lamplight, debating with scholars whose names are now forgotten, but whose ideas shaped entire fields of inquiry. The smell of papyrus and ink, the sound of stylus on wax tablet, the sight of sunset through the high windows, these memories remain vivid even after all these centuries. The library's destruction, whether by fire, neglect, or deliberate violence, the sources disagree, remains one of history's great tragedies. So much knowledge lost, so many texts that existed in no other copy, so many voices silenced forever. But even in its loss, the library testifies to Alexander's vision of cultural synthesis, of a world where Greek philosophy could engage with Egyptian wisdom, where knowledge could cross boundaries and transform understanding. Alexandria itself endured long after the library fell. It remained a major city through the Roman period, through the Byzantine era, through the Islamic conquest. Today, it still exists, a modern metropolis built upon the foundations Alexander laid more than 2 millennia ago. The ancient city is buried beneath modern streets, but excavations occasionally reveal fragments, a column, a mosaic, a statue, reminders of the grandeur that once was. But Alexandria was not Alexander's only foundation. Across his empire, he established or refounded perhaps 20 cities, most bearing his name or that of his companions. These cities were strategic, positioned to control trade routes, to garrison troops, to spread Greek culture into new territories. But they were also pragmatic solutions to the problem of what to do with wounded veterans and discharged soldiers who could not return to Macedonia. Alexandria Shate, the furthest Alexandria, stood on the banks of the Jaxartes River in modern Tajikistan, at what Alexander believed was the edge of the civilized world. It was populated with Greek mercenaries and Macedonian veterans, men whose fighting days were over, but who could still hold a garrison and spread Greek culture to this distant frontier. The city endured for centuries, a tiny outpost of Hellenism surrounded by nomadic peoples, a testament to how far Alexander's reach extended. In Afghanistan alone, Alexander founded or refounded several cities. Alexandria Arachosia, near modern Kandahar, became an important center of trade between the Mediterranean world and India. For centuries, Greek culture persisted in this region, producing the remarkable Greco-Buddhist art of Gandhara, where Hellenistic sculptural techniques were applied to Buddhist subjects, creating images that synthesized Eastern and Western artistic traditions. I have stood before those sculptures, Buddhas with flowing robes reminiscent of Greek gods, their faces showing Hellenistic idealization, their poses embodying both Greek contrapposto and Buddhist meditation. They represent the kind of cultural synthesis Alexander dreamed of, but rarely achieved in his lifetime. Art succeeded where politics failed, creating genuine fusion that emerged not from royal decree, but from the interaction of ordinary people, Greek colonists and local populations, traders and artists, sharing techniques and ideas across cultural boundaries. The city of Antioch in Syria, though not founded by Alexander himself, but by his general Seleucus after Alexander's death, exemplifies the enduring pattern Alexander established. Positioned strategically on trade routes, it grew to become one of the great cities of the ancient world, rivaling Rome and Alexandria in size and importance. For nearly a millennium, it remained a major center of commerce, culture, and eventually Christianity. The Apostle Paul preached there. The followers of Jesus were first called Christians there. These cities were more than just military outposts or trading centers. They were engines of cultural transformation. Places where Greek settlers married local women, where Greek language mingled with indigenous tongues, where Greek gods were identified with local deities and new syncretic religions emerged. They were laboratories of cosmopolitanism, proving that people of different origins could live together, trade together, create new cultural forms together. Of course, the process was not always peaceful or voluntary. Greek colonists often held privileged positions. Local populations sometimes resented foreign domination. Tensions between Greek and native persisted for generations. The cities Alexander founded were not utopias of equality, but complex social environments where power dynamics, cultural exchange, and economic opportunity interacted in ways both creative and exploitative. Yet for all their imperfections, these cities represented something new in human history. The deliberate attempt to create urban centers that would transcend their local context, that would connect distant regions through trade and culture, that would spread a particular vision of civilization across vast territories. Before Alexander's cities were primarily local phenomena, serving their immediate hinterlands, their horizons limited by geography and tradition. After Alexander, cities became nodes in a network, connected by trade routes and shared language, parts of a larger cosmopolitan world. This model of the city as connection point, as place where diverse peoples meet and interact, where ideas and goods circulate, where local identity exists alongside participation in larger networks. This model became foundational to Western urban development. Roman cities followed the pattern Alexander established. Medieval trade cities operated on similar principles. Modern global cities represent the latest iteration of the Alexandrian vision. I remember standing on a hill overlooking what had once been one of Alexander's foundations, watching the sun set over ruins barely visible beneath accumulated sand and vegetation. The city itself was gone, its name forgotten, its original population long since dispersed or assimilated. But the pattern remained in the layout of roads that modern development still followed, in the fragments of pottery that testified to trade networks spanning continents, in the cultural memories preserved in local folklore. This, I thought, is how empires truly endure. Not through political control or military domination, which always eventually fail, but through the structures they create, the cities they found, the patterns they establish that outlast their political forms. Alexander's empire lasted only a year after his death, but the cities he founded and the model of urbanism and cultural exchange they represented endured for millennia. And in this there is a kind of justice, I think, for cities, unlike empires, are fundamentally cooperative enterprises. They require people of different backgrounds to work together, to trade and intermarry, to create shared institutions. They cannot be sustained by force alone, but require the willing participation of their inhabitants. They embody in their very structure the possibility of cooperation across difference, the possibility that Alexander glimpsed but could never fully achieve through conquest. Chapter 11. The Generals Who Divided a Dream. In the chaos that followed Alexander's death, the empire he had won through genius and bloodshed began its inevitable disintegration. But the story of that disintegration is itself worth remembering, for it reveals much about the nature of power, loyalty, and human ambition. I was in Babylon when Alexander died, and I remember the stunned silence that fell over the palace. For a time, no one seemed to know what to do. The king was dead, but there was no heir ready to rule. Roxana was pregnant, but the child had not yet been born. Alexander's half-brother, Philip Aridius, existed, but his mental deficiency made him unsuitable for real power. The vast empire, held together solely by Alexander's personal authority, suddenly had no authority at all. The generals gathered these men who had followed Alexander from Macedonia to India, who had won victories in his name, who had grown accustomed to commanding armies and governing provinces. They were loyal to Alexander, but Alexander was gone. What remained was ambition, capability, and the knowledge that the greatest prize in the world lay unclaimed before them. The meeting where they supposedly decided the succession has been described by ancient historians, but I suspect much of what we are told is later invention, attempts to impose order on what was actually chaos. What is clear is that no single figure emerged with undisputed authority. Instead, a compromise was reached. Philip Aridius would be king, with Alexander's unborn child, if it proved to be a boy, as Carula. Real power would be held by Alexander's generals, acting collectively as regents. It was a solution that satisfied no one and pleased everyone, precisely because it postponed the real decisions, and it could not last. Roxana gave birth to a son who was named Alexander IV for a time. The fiction was maintained that these two, the deficient adult and the infant, were the legitimate rulers of Alexander's empire, with the generals merely serving them. But everyone understood the reality. The empire would be controlled by whoever could command the most soldiers, control the most territory, outmaneuver the most rivals. The man who made the first decisive move was Ptolemy, one of Alexander's childhood companions and one of his most capable generals. Alexander had assigned him to govern Egypt, and Ptolemy understood that Egypt's wealth and strategic position made it potentially independent. But he needed legitimacy, needed some visible symbol that would connect him to Alexander's glory. So when Alexander's funeral cortege left Babylon, heading for Macedonia, where Alexander was to be buried beside his father Philip, Ptolemy intercepted it. He brought Alexander's body to Egypt, to Memphis first, and later to Alexandria, where he built a magnificent tomb. It was a brilliant stroke of political theater. Possessing Alexander's body gave Ptolemy a claim to be Lysander's true heir, the keeper of his memory and legacy. I watched the funeral procession when it arrived in Memphis, watched as priests performed the ancient Egyptian rituals, watched as Ptolemy sacrificed to Alexander as though he were already a god. The coffin was gold, they said, though later it would be replaced with one of glass so that Alexander's preserved body could be seen by visitors. For centuries, Alexander's tomb in Alexandria would be one of the wonders of the world, visited by Julius Caesar Augustus and countless others who sought inspiration from the world's greatest conqueror. But possessing Alexander's body did not prevent war. In Macedonia, another of Alexander's generals, Antipater, had been serving as regent, while Alexander campaigned in Asia. He was old, cautious, loyal to the Macedonian tradition, and increasingly uncomfortable with the young generals who had made their names in Asia. when he died. His son, Cassander, inherited his position and his ambitions. Cassander saw Roxana and young Alexander IV as threats. As long as they lived, they represented a claim to legitimacy that could be used against him. So he had them arrested, imprisoned them in the fortress of and eventually, probably in the year 310 before our common era, had them both murdered. With Alexander's direct bloodline eliminated, the last pretense of unified empire vanished. The generals openly fought for supremacy, each seeking to carve out his own kingdom from the ruins of Alexander's conquests. Antigonus One Eye, so called because he had lost an eye in battle, was perhaps the most ambitious. He sought to reunite the entire empire under his own rule, to truly become Alexander's successor. He commanded vast resources, controlled much of Asia Minor and Syria, and allied with his brilliant son Demetrius, whose nickname Poliorcetes, the besieger, testified to his skill at siege warfare. But Antigonus's ambition made him dangerous to everyone else. The other generals, Ptolemy in Egypt, Seleucus in Mesopotamia, Lysimachus in Thrace, Cassander in Macedonia, formed an alliance against him. In the year 301 before our common era, they met Antigonus and Demetrius in battle at Ipsus in Phrygia. I was not present at that battle, but I have spoken with those who were, have read accounts written by survivors. It was a massive engagement, perhaps 80,000 men on each side, the largest battle fought in the generation after Alexander's death. The fighting was fierce, the outcome uncertain for hours. But in the end, Antigonus was killed at the age of 80, still fighting to reunite Alexander's empire, and Demetrius was forced to flee. The Battle of Ipsus effectively ended any hope of reuniting Alexander's empire. What emerged instead were the Hellenistic kingdoms, each ruled by one of Alexander's generals or their descendants. The Ptolemaic kingdom in Egypt, the Seleucid Empire in Syria and Mesopotamia, the Antigonid kingdom in Macedonia, and smaller kingdoms in Asia Minor and elsewhere. These kingdoms preserved much of what Alexander had created while abandoning what he had attempted to create. They were Greek kingdoms, ruling over largely non-Greek populations. They spread Greek language and culture, but maintained the distinction between Greek and native, ruler and ruled. The cultural synthesis Alexander had attempted, the true fusion of Greek and Oriental, was largely abandoned by his successors, who preferred to maintain Greek identity and privilege. Yet, paradoxically, by abandoning Alexander's vision of unification, his successors preserved much of his legacy. The Hellenistic kingdoms endured for centuries, far longer than Alexander's unified empire could have lasted. They created a cultural sphere where Greek was the language of administration and education from Spain to Afghanistan, where Greek philosophy and science could develop and spread, where Greek artistic traditions could be transmitted and transformed. The Ptolemaic kingdom in Egypt proved especially long-lasting and influential. Ruling from Alexandria, the Ptolemies styled themselves as pharaohs to their Egyptian subjects, while maintaining Greek culture and language in their court and administration. They funded the Great Library, supported scholars and scientists, made Alexandria the intellectual center of the Mediterranean world. The kingdom endured until the time of Julius Caesar and Marcus Antonius, until Cleopatra VII, herself a descendant of Ptolemy, Alexander's general, gambled for Roman support and lost. The Seleucid Empire, controlling the vast territories from Syria to Central Asia, faced the harder task. This empire was too large, too diverse, too difficult to hold together. Piece by piece, it fragmented. The eastern provinces broke away, forming independent Greek kingdoms in Bactria and India. Judea rebelled, establishing an independent Jewish state. Parthia emerged as a new power, reclaiming Persian territories from Greek control. By the time Rome began its expansion eastward, the Seleucid Empire had shrunk to little more than Syria itself. The Antigonid kingdom in Macedonia remained the most traditionally Macedonian, the most Greek in culture and outlook. But it faced constant pressure from Celtic invasions in the north and Roman expansion in the south. It would be the first of the Hellenistic kingdoms to fall to Rome. Conquered in the middle of the 2nd century before our common era, I watched these kingdoms rise and fall, saw them struggle against each other and against new powers emerging on their borders. I saw them preserve Greek culture while transforming it, saw them create new forms of art and literature and philosophy that grew from Greek roots but incorporated Eastern influences. The Hellenistic period, for all its political fragmentation, was culturally creative in ways that the earlier classical period had not been. But I also saw how the generals' wars scarred the territories they fought over. Cities were besieged repeatedly, populations displaced, agricultural land devastated. The ordinary people who lived through these wars of succession paid the price for their leaders' ambitions. The glory of Alexander's conquests, which had seemed so magnificent when he was alive, left behind a legacy of conflict that would take generations to resolve. And I wondered, watching empires fragment and reform, watching generals betray each other and make temporary alliances and betray each other again, whether Alexander himself would have been satisfied with what his generals created. They claimed to be his successors, to be carrying on his work. But what they actually created was a return to the older pattern of multiple kingdoms competing for supremacy, none able to dominate all the others. Perhaps that was inevitable. Perhaps the unified empire Alexander envisioned could only exist through his personal charisma, and military genius could only be sustained by the particular combination of qualities that made him unique. Perhaps political unity on that scale requires the kind of institutional development that takes centuries, not the force of a single remarkable personality. Or perhaps, and this thought troubles me still, perhaps Alexander's vision was fundamentally flawed, based on the assumption that military conquest could create lasting political unity, that different peoples could be held together through the personal authority of one man. His successors, for all their flaws, at least recognized that sustaining power requires more than just winning battles. The Hellenistic kingdoms they created were imperfect, often brutal, sometimes chaotic, but they endured far longer than Alexander's unified empire, and they created space for cultural developments that might not have occurred otherwise. They were not what Alexander intended, but perhaps they were better than what he intended, more stable, more sustainable, more capable of allowing the cultural synthesis he valued to emerge organically rather than being imposed from above. This is the paradox of legacy. What endures is often not what the great figure intended, but what their followers, successors, and inheritors make of the raw materials the great figure provided. Alexander conquered an empire. His generals divided it, and in that division, in the messy reality of competing kingdoms and cultural exchange and gradual transformation, the real legacy of Alexander's conquests took shape. Chapter 12. The Final Reckoning. As I near the end of this long remembrance, I find myself returning to the central question that has haunted me through all these centuries. What should we make of Alexander? How should we remember him? The question has no simple answer, and perhaps that is appropriate. For Alexander himself was not simple. He was not a hero or a villain, but a human being of extraordinary capability and equally extraordinary flaws, shaped by his culture and education, driven by ambitions he could not fully articulate, achieving things he himself might not have fully understood the meaning of. If I were to speak to Alexander now, across the vast gulf of time that separates his age from this one, what would I say? I might tell him that his military genius is still studied and admired, that his tactics are still taught in academies where young officers learn the art of war. I might tell him that his name is still invoked when people speak of greatness, that to be called the Alexander of any field is to be recognized as supreme. But I would also tell him about Thebes, about the lives destroyed and the city razed, about the 20,000 sold into slavery. I would tell him about the desert crossing where thousands of his own men died, about the wounds that never fully healed, about friends killed in drunken rages. I would ask him whether the glory was worth the cost, whether the fame justified the suffering, and I wonder what he would answer. Would he defend his actions, claim necessity, argue that great achievements require great sacrifices? Would he express regret for specific decisions while maintaining that the overall enterprise was justified? Would he simply refuse to engage with the question, arguing that a man of action cannot afford to be paralyzed by moral doubt? I do not know. The historical record gives us Alexander's actions, but not his inner life, his decisions, but not his doubts, his commands, but not his conscience. We know what he did, but not what he felt about what he did. And so he remains, in some essential way, unknowable. What we can say with certainty is that Alexander changed the world. Before his conquests, the Mediterranean and Near Eastern worlds were divided into separate cultural spheres: Greek, Persian, Egyptian, each with its own languages and traditions, its own understanding of how the world worked. After Alexander, these separate spheres were interconnected, bound together by trade routes and shared language, by Greek colonies in Eastern cities and Eastern influences in Greek culture. This interconnection did not always mean harmony. Cultural exchange can be violent, exploitative, deeply unequal. The spread of Greek culture was often accompanied by the suppression of local traditions, the privileging of Greek speakers over native populations, the creation of hierarchies based on ethnicity and language. The cosmopolitanism of the Hellenistic world was real, but it coexisted with very real structures of domination. Yet, for all its imperfections, the world Alexander created was genuinely new. Ideas that had been confined to single cultures could now spread and be tested against other ideas. Philosophical traditions could interact and challenge each other. Scientific knowledge accumulated in one place could be transmitted and built upon in another. The very possibility of a universal human culture, transcending local particularities, emerged from the world Alexander made. This possibility was not fully realized in Alexander's time, or in the Hellenistic period, or perhaps ever fully realized at all. But the dream of it, the aspiration toward a world where human beings of different origins could communicate and cooperate, this dream has persisted, shaped by Alexander's example and by the historical memory of what he attempted. And in our own time, when the world is more interconnected than ever, when people of vastly different backgrounds interact daily, when the possibility of global cooperation exists alongside the reality of persistent conflict in this time, Alexander's legacy remains relevant, not as a model to be imitated, for we cannot and should not return to conquest as a means of creating unity, but as a case study in the possibilities and limits of grand ambition, in what one person can achieve and what they cannot, in the complex relationship between military power and cultural transformation. I think, too, about what Alexander's story teaches us about mortality and legacy. He died at 32, having achieved more than most people achieve in far longer lives. He conquered an empire, founded cities, spread Greek culture across vast territories. By conventional measures of success, territory controlled, enemies defeated, wealth accumulated, he was perhaps the most successful person of his age. Yet he also died young, his body worn out by wounds and hardships, his closest friend dead, many of his old companions alienated or executed, his empire already beginning to fragment. Even before he drew his last breath, he left no clear heir, no institutional structure to preserve what he had built, no way to ensure that his vision would be carried forward after his death. Was his life a success or a failure? The question itself may be misconceived, reflecting our need to categorize and judge rather than simply to understand. Alexander's life was what it was, extraordinary in its achievements, tragic in its costs, neither wholly good nor wholly evil, but complexly human. And perhaps that is the final lesson, that human greatness is always ambiguous, always containing within itself both the capacity for remarkable achievement and the seeds of destruction. Alexander's genius and his cruelty sprang from the same source, his absolute refusal to accept limitation, his certainty that he was destined for greatness, his willingness to push himself and others beyond normal human endurance. We cannot have the achievements without the costs. We cannot cherry-pick the aspects of greatness we admire while ignoring the shadow side. Alexander comes to us as a package, brilliance and brutality intertwined, and we must grapple with the whole person if we are to understand him at all. In the end, I return to where I began. Alexander remains unique, not because he was perfect, he was far from perfect, not because he achieved permanent success. His empire crumbled almost immediately after his death, but because he embodied, in their purest and most extreme form, certain human qualities that fascinate us still: ambition, courage, vision, the drive to transcend ordinary limits and achieve something unprecedented. He was Achilles made real, the hero of epic stepping into history. He sought immortal glory and won it, though not in the way he imagined. His empire died with him, but his legend lives, still kept alive, not by political institutions or territorial control, but by the sheer magnetism of his story, by the human need to contemplate what greatness looks like when pushed to its absolute limit. And so he endures, this boy king who conquered the world and died before he turned 33. He endures in the cities that still bear his name, in the trade routes he opened, in the cultural syntheses he made possible. He endures in the military academies where his tactics are studied, in the imaginations of leaders who measure themselves against his standard, in the endless debates about whether he was hero or tyrant, visionary or destroyer. Most of all, he endures in our collective memory, in the stories we tell about ambition and achievement, about the price of glory and the limits of human capability. Every generation rediscovers Alexander, interprets him anew, finds in his story reflections of their own concerns and aspirations. He becomes whatever we need him to be, inspiration or warning, model or cautionary tale. But beneath all these interpretations, there remains the historical person, a young man who believed himself the son of a god, who refused to accept any boundary to his ambitions, who led armies thousands of miles from home, who died in a palace in Babylon, surrounded by generals who were already calculating how to divide his empire among themselves. That young man, I think, would be astonished to know that his name would still be spoken more than 2 millennia after his death. He sought glory in the Homeric sense, fame that would outlast his brief life, songs that would be sung of his deeds, a name that would never be forgotten. And in that, at least, he succeeded beyond even his own extravagant imaginings. Chapter 13. The World He Left Behind. Let me take you, dear listener, through the world as it existed in the decades and centuries after Alexander's death, so you might understand the full scope of what one life, however brief, accomplished. In Alexandria, the city Alexander had sketched out on the Egyptian coast, Greek philosophers debated in the colonnaded halls of the Mausoleum. The library, founded by Ptolemy I in Alexander's memory, had become the greatest repository of knowledge in the world. Here, scholars from across the Mediterranean and beyond gathered to study mathematics, astronomy, geography, medicine, philosophy. I remember standing in the great hall, watching sunlight stream through high windows onto rows of shelves filled with papyrus scrolls. A young mathematician named Euclid was working on a systematic treatment of geometry, establishing axioms and building logically from first principles. His Elements would become the most influential mathematical text ever written, studied continuously for more than 2,000 years, shaping how humans think about space, proof, and logical reasoning. In another section of the library, a scholar named Eratosthenes was measuring the angle of shadows at different latitudes, calculating from these measurements the circumference of the Earth. His result was remarkably accurate, demonstrating not only Greek mathematical sophistication, but also the geographical knowledge that had accumulated through Alexander's conquests. Eratosthenes knew about India because Alexander had reached India. He could calculate global measurements because Greek sailors and soldiers had traveled to the edges of the known world. The medical school in Alexandria, free from some of the religious prohibitions that limited dissection in Greece proper, was advancing anatomical knowledge. Physicians studied human bodies systematically, identifying organs and their functions, establishing medical practices that would influence healing for centuries. This, too, was part of Alexander's legacy. The cosmopolitanism he introduced created spaces where knowledge could advance faster than it could in more isolated, traditional societies. But Alexandria was not unique in this cultural flowering. Across the Hellenistic world, Greek language and learning spread through the cities Alexander had founded and the kingdoms his generals established. In Antioch, in Pergamum, in Seleucia, in dozens of smaller cities, schools taught Greek language and philosophy. Theaters performed Greek dramas. Artists created works that blended Greek techniques with local traditions. The result was a cultural sphere larger than anything that had existed before, a connected world where an educated person from Spain could travel to Afghanistan and find people who spoke the same language, read the same texts, understood the same cultural references. Greek became the lingua franca of trade and diplomacy, the language in which different peoples communicated with each other. This linguistic unity had profound consequences. When Jewish scholars in Alexandria translated their sacred texts into Greek, Creating the Septuagint, they made Hebrew scripture accessible to the wider world. When the followers of Jesus began spreading their message in the first century of our common era, they did so primarily in Greek, taking advantage of the linguistic unity Alexander's conquests had created. Christianity, which would reshape Western civilization, spread along the routes Alexander had opened, using the language his conquests had made universal. The artistic traditions that emerged in the Hellenistic period showed similar synthesis. In Gandhara, in what is now Pakistan and Afghanistan, sculptors trained in Greek techniques created representations of Buddha that revolutionized Buddhist art. These sculptures showed Buddha with the idealized features and naturalistic drapery of Greek statues, but in poses of meditation and teaching drawn from Buddhist tradition. The result was something genuinely new, neither purely Greek nor purely Buddhist, but a creative fusion of both. I have stood before these sculptures in the centuries since their creation, marveling at what they represent. Here in stone is the cultural exchange Alexander made possible, not imposed from above, but emerging organically from the interaction of peoples. The sharing of techniques, the creative synthesis that occurs when different traditions meet and inspire each other. The scientific advances of the Hellenistic period similarly reflected new possibilities created by Alexander's conquests. Astronomers in Babylon, with their centuries of careful observations, now shared their knowledge with Greek mathematicians who could apply geometric techniques to astronomical problems. The result was advances in understanding planetary motion, predictions of eclipses, the development of increasingly sophisticated models of the cosmos. In medicine, Greek physicians encountered Egyptian, Persian, and Indian medical traditions, learning new techniques for surgery, new pharmaceutical preparations, new understandings of disease. The famous physician Galen, who would dominate Western medicine for more than a millennium, built on this accumulated knowledge, synthesizing Greek anatomical study with medical practices from across the former Persian Empire. Trade flourished as never before. The routes Alexander's armies had traveled became trade routes, connecting the Mediterranean world to Central Asia and India. Silk began to arrive from China, carried along routes that passed through the Hellenistic kingdoms. Spices from India, gems from Afghanistan, papyrus from Egypt, olive oil and wine from Greece, all flowed along networks that Alexander's conquests had opened and his successors maintained. This trade was not just in goods, but in ideas. Buddhist missionaries traveled west along these routes, establishing communities in Central Asia and eventually influencing religious thought in the Mediterranean world. Greek philosophical ideas traveled east, where they encountered Indian philosophy and created new synthetic traditions. The very concept of a connected world, where distant regions were not isolated mysteries, but parts of an integrated whole, emerged from the networks Alexander established. Yet I must also speak of what was lost in this exchange. Local traditions, unable to compete with the prestige and power of Greek culture, sometimes withered and disappeared. Languages that had been spoken for millennia were forgotten as Greek became the language of administration and education. Indigenous knowledge systems, perhaps containing wisdom that the Greek emphasis on written philosophy and abstract reasoning could not capture, were sometimes dismissed or ignored. The city of Babylon, which had been one of the great centers of civilization for 2,000 years before Alexander arrived, gradually declined as Seleucia, the new Greek city founded nearby, became the region's major center. The cuneiform writing system, which had been used to record Akkadian and Sumerian for millennia, slowly fell out of use, replaced by Greek and Aramaic, written in alphabetic scripts. By the 1st century of our Common Era, cuneiform was effectively dead, and with it went direct access to centuries of Mesopotamian learning. I remember walking through Babylon in its decline, seeing the great temples empty, the ziggurats crumbling. The city that had once rivaled Alexandria, now home to a fraction of its former population. Alexander had stayed there, had died there, had promised to restore the city's greatness, but his successors chose to build new cities rather than maintain old ones, and Babylon's glory faded into memory. This pattern repeated across the Hellenistic world. Persian Persepolis, burned by Alexander, was never rebuilt to its former magnificence. The Achaemenid administrative system, which had successfully governed a vast empire for 2 centuries, was partially dismantled and replaced with Greek methods that were not always well suited to local conditions. The Persian language, which had been the official language of administration from Egypt to India, lost its position of prominence, surviving primarily as the vernacular of unconquered Persia itself. There is a tragedy in this, not just in the specific losses, but in the principle they represent. For Alexander's conquests demonstrated both the power and the danger of cultural hegemony. Greek culture spread not primarily because it was objectively superior, but because it was backed by military power and political dominance. The Hellenistic kingdoms privileged Greek language and culture, creating incentives for local populations to adopt Greek ways if they wanted to advance socially or economically. This process of Hellenization was not entirely coercive. Many people genuinely found value in Greek philosophy, art, and science, but neither was it entirely voluntary. The spread of Greek culture was always entangled with the reality of Greek political and military dominance, making it impossible to separate cultural attraction from practical necessity. And yet, the synthesis that emerged was not simply Greek domination. The Hellenistic culture that developed in the centuries after Alexander was genuinely hybrid, incorporating elements from all the cultures it touched. Greek religion absorbed Eastern deities, creating syncretic cults that would have been unrecognizable to classical Athenians. Greek philosophy engaged with Persian and Indian thought, developing new schools and approaches. Greek science built on Babylonian astronomy and Egyptian medicine. The world Alexander created was not the world he imagined. It was messier, more complex, less subject to any single vision or control. But perhaps that made it more robust, more capable of surviving and adapting, more genuinely cosmopolitan than a world unified under a single conqueror's will could ever have been. Chapter 14. The Shadow and the Light. There is one more aspect of Alexander's legacy I must address before this remembrance ends. Perhaps the most difficult to speak of. The question of how we judge a life that contained both extraordinary achievement and terrible cruelty. I have spoken of Alexander's brilliance, his vision, his capacity to inspire loyalty and achieve the seemingly impossible. But I have also spoken of Thebes and Tyre, of Cletus, murdered in drunken rage, of thousands dying in the Gedrosian desert. How do we hold both truths together? How do we honor the achievements while acknowledging the costs? Some would say we should not judge historical figures by modern moral standards, that Alexander was a man of his time, that the violence he inflicted was typical of ancient warfare. There is truth in this argument. Warfare in Alexander's era was brutal by our standards, and Alexander was not uniquely cruel compared to other conquerors of his age. But this argument has limits. Even by ancient standards, the destruction of Thebes was shocking. Even his own soldiers mutinied when pushed too far. Even his contemporaries sometimes questioned whether his ambition had become destructive rather than glorious. The fact that violence was common does not mean all violence was equally justified or equally necessary. Others would argue that we must weigh the achievements against the costs, that the spread of Greek culture and the advancement of human knowledge justified the violence of conquest. This utilitarian calculus has its own appeal. Surely the libraries, the scientific discoveries, the artistic achievements count for something in the moral accounting. Yet I find myself troubled by this logic as well. For the people of Thebes, enslaved or killed, the eventual founding of the Library of Alexandria offered no consolation. For the soldiers who died in the Gedresian desert, the spread of Greek philosophy was meaningless. The achievements did not undo the suffering. They simply existed alongside it. Perhaps the truth is that we cannot resolve this moral complexity, cannot arrive at a final judgment that would be satisfying and complete. Perhaps Alexander, like all historical figures who wielded great power, must remain morally ambiguous, neither purely hero nor purely villain, but a human being who did both remarkable and terrible things, whose legacy contains both light and shadow. What we can do, I think, is use Alexander's life as an opportunity for reflection about power, ambition, and moral responsibility. His story raises questions that remain relevant in every age. What are the limits of acceptable means in pursuit of worthy ends? How should leaders balance their vision for what might be achieved against the human cost of achieving it? When does ambition become destructive rather than creative? How do we judge figures who change the world while causing tremendous suffering in the process? These questions have no easy answers, and perhaps that is the point. History does not provide us with simple moral lessons or clear examples to follow. Instead, it gives us complex cases to study, figures whose lives contain multitudes, situations where competing values and principles come into conflict. Alexander's legacy forces us to confront the uncomfortable reality that great achievements often come with great costs, that the same qualities that enable extraordinary accomplishment, ambition, will, refusal to accept limits, can also lead to destruction and suffering. We cannot have the Library of Alexandria without the conquest of Egypt, cannot have the spread of Greek culture without the military campaigns that opened the routes and established the political structures through which that culture spread. This does not mean we must simply accept violence as the price of progress. Rather, it means we must think carefully about what we mean by progress, about what we value and what we are willing to sacrifice for it. It means recognizing that historical achievements are always built on human lives, that the grand narratives of empire and cultural transformation are composed of countless individual stories of suffering and loss. I think of a woman in Tyre, watching her city burn, her husband killed in the siege, her children destined for slavery. For her, Alexander was not a hero or a visionary, but a destroyer, a foreign invader who brought nothing but ruin. Her suffering was real, her loss genuine, and no amount of subsequent cultural achievement erases that reality. Yet, I also think of a scholar in Alexandria 2 generations later, a young woman from Nubia who had come to study at the library, who learned Greek and mathematics and astronomy, who gained access to knowledge that would have been impossible for her in a world of isolated kingdoms and closed borders. For her, the Hellenistic world Alexander created offered opportunities that would not have existed otherwise. Both stories are true. Both are part of Alexander's legacy. And we diminish the complexity of history if we acknowledge only one while ignoring the other. Perhaps what I am saying is that we must learn to hold multiple truths simultaneously, to acknowledge both achievement and cost, both brilliance and cruelty, both the expansion of human possibility and the suffering of actual human beings. This is harder than simply celebrating Alexander as a hero or condemning him as a tyrant, but it is truer to the complicated reality of history and human nature. And in holding these multiple truths, in refusing easy judgments and simple narratives, we might learn something valuable about power and ambition in our own time. We might become more skeptical of leaders who promise greatness while dismissing the human cost of their vision. We might learn to ask not just what a policy or action might achieve, but what it will cost and who will pay that cost. Alexander's story, in all its complexity, can teach us to be more thoughtful about greatness, more aware of the shadow that accompanies every light, more conscious that every human achievement is built on human choices, and that those choices have consequences for real people living real lives. This is not a comfortable lesson, but perhaps it is a necessary one. For we still live in a world shaped by power and ambition, by leaders who seek to change history, by visions of what might be achieved if only we are willing to pay the price. And in such a world, the memory of Alexander, brilliant and terrible, visionary and destructive, magnificent and tragic, remains disturbingly relevant. Chapter 15. The Final Memory. The sun is setting now in my ancient study, casting long shadows across the manuscripts and scrolls that surround me. I have been speaking for hours, tracing the arc of Alexander's life from that July day in Pella, when he was born, to that June day in Babylon, when he died, following the echoes of his legacy through the centuries that came after. But there is one more memory I must share before this long tale concludes. One more image that has stayed with me through all the years since Alexander's time. It is of a moment I witnessed perhaps 50 years after Alexander's death, in the city of Alexandria, in the great library that Ptolemy had built in his memory. I was walking through the halls, as I often did, simply observing the accumulated knowledge of humanity, when I came upon an old soldier sitting in one of the reading rooms. He was clearly a veteran, his body marked by the scars of old wounds, his hands gnarled and strong, and he was crying, tears running down his weathered face, though he made no sound. Before him, on the table, lay a scroll, and from the few words I glimpsed, I realized it was an account of Alexander's campaigns, one of the early histories compiled from the journals of those who had been there. I did not disturb him, did not ask why he wept, but I understood. He had been there, had followed Alexander from Macedonia to India, had survived the battles and sieges and endless marching, had watched friends die and cities burn, had experienced glories and horrors beyond anything I could fully comprehend from my position as observer. And now, decades later, he was reading about those campaigns as history, seeing his own lived experience transformed into narrative, into legend, into something that future generations would study and debate. He was mourning, I think, not just for Alexander and for fallen comrades, but for his own youth, for the intensity of those years when every day brought new challenges and dangers, when life burned with a brightness that ordinary existence could never match. That old soldier, whose name I never learned, represents something essential about Alexander's legacy. For thousands of men like him, the campaigns with Alexander were the defining experience of their lives. Nothing that came after the peaceful years, the comfortable retirement, the joys of family and home could match the intensity of those years on campaign, when they had followed a king who seemed touched by the gods themselves, when they had marched to the edge of the world. Was it worth it for that old soldier? I cannot say. The question itself may be meaningless. It was his life, the years that defined him, for better and worse. He could no more undo those experiences than he could undo his own existence. They were woven into the fabric of who he was, and he spent the rest of his life trying to make sense of them, to understand what it had all meant. And that, perhaps, is the human reality beneath all the grand historical narratives. Alexander's campaigns were not just abstract events, not just matters of tactics and strategy and cultural transformation. They were lived experiences for thousands of individuals, each with their own story, their own suffering and triumph, their own struggle to find meaning in the chaos of war and conquest. Some of those individuals benefited from Alexander's conquests: merchants who grew wealthy on the expanded trade routes, scholars who gained access to accumulated knowledge from across the known world, Greek colonists who received land and opportunity in the new cities Alexander founded. Their stories are part of the legacy too, and should not be dismissed. But others suffered terribly and gained nothing. The enslaved populations of destroyed cities, the peasants whose fields were trampled by armies and whose harvests were seized to feed soldiers, the families torn apart by war and displacement. They too were real people living real lives, and their suffering was no less significant because it served some larger historical purpose. In the end, I think this is what I most want you to understand, dear listener, about Alexander and his age. That history is not just the story of great men and momentous events, but the accumulated experience of countless individuals, each one as real and complex as you or I, each one trying to survive and find meaning in circumstances often beyond their control. Alexander changed the world, yes. His campaigns had consequences that echoed through centuries, creating possibilities that would not have existed otherwise. But those consequences were experienced by real people in specific times and places, each one navigating the world Alexander had created according to their own needs and understanding. And so we return, at last, to the question with which we began. Who was Alexander? What should we make of his life? I have given you facts, dates, and battles, cities and campaigns, policies and decisions. I have tried to show you the man behind the legend, brilliant and flawed, visionary and cruel, capable of both extraordinary generosity and terrible violence. I have traced the consequences of his actions through the centuries, showing how his brief life reshaped the ancient world. But in the end, Alexander remains mysterious, known to us only through the distorted mirror of historical sources written long after his death, through legends and myths that transformed him into something larger than life, through the selective memories of those who followed him and those who came after. What we can say with certainty is this: Alexander lived intensely, achieved greatly, died young, and left a legacy that far outlasted his brief life. His name remains known more than 2 millennia after his death, when the names of most of his contemporaries are forgotten. In that sense, he achieved the immortal glory he sought, the kleos that Homeric heroes died to win. But that immortality came at a price, not just for Alexander himself, who died exhausted at 32, his body worn out by wounds and hardships, but for the thousands who died in his campaigns, the populations enslaved or displaced, the cultures disrupted or destroyed. The glory was real, but so was the suffering. Both are part of the story, and neither should be forgotten. As I close this long remembrance, as the last light fades from my study and darkness settles over the old books and scrolls, I find myself thinking not of Alexander the Conqueror, not of Alexander the legend, but of Alexander the human being, a boy who tamed a horse by understanding its fear, a young man who wept over the beauty of Persian women he refused to touch, a king who mourned his dearest friend with extravagant grief, a warrior who carried Homer's Iliad with him across the known world, sleeping with it under his pillow, seeking in those ancient verses some template for his own life. That Alexander, neither wholly good nor wholly evil, neither pure hero nor pure villain, but something more interesting and more human than either, is the one worth remembering. Not because he offers us a model to imitate or a cautionary tale to heed, but because his life, in all its complexity, reminds us of what humans are capable of, for both good and ill. We are creatures of extraordinary potential, capable of genius and creativity, of courage and vision, of pushing beyond seemingly impossible limits. But we are also capable of cruelty and destruction, of letting ambition override compassion, of sacrificing others to our own grand designs. Alexander embodied both poles of this human range, and in doing so, he showed us ourselves. Epilogue. And thus it ends. The candles have burned low now, and the hour grows late. Outside my window, I can see the stars that Alexander once gazed upon, the same stars that shone over Pella when he was born, over the Granicus when he won his first great battle, over the Hydaspes where he fought his hardest campaign, over Babylon when he drew his last breath. Those stars remain, constant and eternal, while empires rise and fall beneath them, while conquerors blaze across the sky like comets and then vanish into memory, while civilizations flourish and decay and are forgotten. Alexander has been dead for more than 2,000 years. His empire lasted perhaps 1 year after his death, before fragmenting into warring kingdoms. The Hellenistic world his conquests created endured for centuries before being absorbed into the Roman Empire, which itself eventually fell. The cities he founded have been destroyed and rebuilt again, layered over with the sediment of centuries. And yet his name persists. His story is still told. Children still learn about his campaigns. Scholars still debate his motives and methods. Leaders still invoke his example. Artists still depict his deeds. Philosophers still argue about his legacy. In this sense, Alexander achieved something perhaps more impressive than conquest. He became immortal, not through any divine parentage, but through the power of story, through the human need to remember and retell tales of extraordinary achievement, through our endless fascination with those who refuse to accept ordinary limits. His body lies somewhere beneath Alexandria, lost in the accumulated ruins of centuries, perhaps never to be found. But his memory lives, passed down from generation to generation, transformed and retold, simplified and complicated, made to serve 1,000 different purposes by 1,000 different tellers. I have been only one such teller, adding my voice to the chorus that has sung of Alexander through the ages. I cannot claim to have revealed the true Alexander, for that Alexander, the living, breathing human being who died in Babylon at 32, is lost to us forever, knowable only through fragmentary evidence and competing narratives. What I have tried to do instead is show you the complexity, to resist the temptation, to simplify, to acknowledge both achievement and cost, both brilliance and cruelty, both the expansion of human possibility and the suffering of actual human beings. If I have succeeded in this, then perhaps you will carry away not easy answers, but better questions, not comfortable certainties, but thoughtful ambiguity. For that, I think, is what history should teach us, not simple lessons, but complex understanding. Not heroes to worship or villains to condemn, but human beings in all their contradictory fullness, making choices in difficult circumstances, achieving things both wonderful and terrible, leaving legacies that contain multitudes. Alexander was one such human being, writ large across history's page, his life magnified by his own achievements and by the centuries of retelling, until he became something more than human, something mythic. But beneath the myth was always a man, ambitious and brave, cruel and generous, visionary and blind, seeking glory and finding death, leaving behind a changed world and an enduring question. That question, who was Alexander? What should we make of his life? Has no final answer. Each generation must answer it anew, finding in his story reflections of their own concerns, their own understanding of power and ambition, their own hopes and fears about what humans might achieve. And so the story continues, passed from teller to listener, from age to age, changing with each telling, yet remaining somehow essentially the same. The story of a boy born in Pella who became a king who became a conqueror who dreamed of reaching the edge of the world and almost succeeded, who died young and left behind a legacy that scholars still debate and poets still sing of and ordinary people still wonder about. More than 2,000 years after his brief, brilliant, terrible life came to its end, and thus ends another memory from ages long past. If you have found a spark of wonder here, stay a while longer, for there are countless tales yet to be remembered.